Oh, okay, sorry. So knight d2, and now we have the Tarrasch variation. As I mentioned yesterday, it's the most solid line against the French. So a6, a possible move, preparing c5, bishop d3, c5, dc5, bishop c5, knight f3, and knight f6. So, okay, yeah, I hope you hear me now. Okay, good. So, okay, I was talking about the Adams game and the popularity of the Queen's Indian in the 80s and 90s, and also the decline of the Queen's Indian thanks to this Queen c2 line after bishop a6. But we have a theoretical duel on board 1, and now we're on board 2, where we have a French. And here the main question is now whether white goes for e5 and a closed center, or takes on d5, when black has a choice whether to play with an IQP with ed5 or take on d5 with a knight or queen, or white just leaves the tension in the center with a move like queen e2. So this is the decision now Ems is thinking about. On board, okay, on board 3 we have Pettersson against Fleer, and we have a Catalan. d4, d5, c4, e6, knight f3, knight f6, g3, dc4, and bishop g2. Fleer is thinking for some time now. I don't know whether he is just maybe was surprised by the choice of the Catalan, maybe just trying to remember his preparation, or maybe simply trying to get into the right frame of mind for the game, because here black has a really wide choice of moves. You have a6, you have knight c6, you have c5. Okay, he goes for c5. There was bishop b4, bishop d7, all are possible. But c5 is considered as one of the most solid and oldest lines against the Catalan. Now, white usually castles, well, okay, it's also possible to give a check on a4, but that's normally premature. So normally white castles, and then again black goes knight c6, and then white has a choice. So I'll just make the moves, short castle, knight c6, and now white has a choice. In the 80s, by far the most popular move was the move knight a3, and after cd4, knight c4, and then white was jumping to e5, putting a bishop on f4, maybe dropping back to d3, and so on, where thanks to this lively piece play and control of the center, white had good compensation for the pawn. But lately white has tried to squeeze something out of the endgame after dc5, queen d1, rook d1, and bishop c5, knight bd2, and now c3, bc, and short castle. This has been played countless times in the past several years, and the endgame is objectively fine for black, but well, white has some initiative thanks to the better developments, the open files, and black still having to finish the development of that bishop. And the third option being here queen a4. That's another possible line, but we will see what Pettersson chooses here. These are the moves that were made on the board, so we'll see what Pettersson goes for. On board 4 we can have Arkel against Thoralson, and here we have a Queen's Gambit accepted, but one that curiously and interestingly transposes to the Fianchetto-Grunfeld. So Arkel plays the rare queen a4. Normally white plays e3 here, or sometimes knight c3, but that has been out of fashion already for quite some time. But queen a4 is obviously a possible move, but one that is not played very frequently. Main move is considered to be knight c6, and after queen c4, now knight d5, if I remember correctly, with something like knight b6, but maybe not in this position. Not sure. Well, one way or the other, black played c6, and now after queen c4 we are actually in Slav territory. Now the main move being in Slav being bishop f5 or bishop g4, but there is also the option to transpose to a Grunfeld, and that is done by the move g6. So you see, in a span of like 2 moves, we went from Queen's Gambit decline to a Slav to a Fianchetto Grunfeld. So I just wonder who tricked whom with these transpositions. So g3 by Arkel, he could have developed with bishop f4, for example, or not Fianchetto the bishop, but Keith likes his bishops fianchettoed, unless it's a Karlpaz structure. So g3, bishop g7, bishop g2, castles, and now bishop e6. One of the possible moves, the other one is bishop f5. This is very, very solid for both sides and quite to Arkel's liking, and probably to Thoralsson's too, because it's a solid line, and being solid in a team match, especially with black, is one of the priorities. So far we have just nothing out of the ordinary in the match Iceland-England. Theoretical battles, theoretical positions on all 4 boards, and we will see how this continues. So board 2, we have USA against England 2, I think. Let me just check. Yeah. So we have Shabalov against Dishman, and we had here a Slav, so d4, d5, c4, c6, knight f3, knight f6, knight c3, dc4, the so-called, let's say, main live, or let's say classical Slav. It's curious that this line was called Czech defense in the 30s, and it was very popular. It was heavily debated in the matches Alechin-Ewe, and I remember one interview, actually I read it in the book on the match, and it was in the second match in 1937, and Alechin was regularly employing this Czech defenses, it was called back then, but he suffered some losses in it, and he gave an interview to Dutch radio, I think, or newspaper, and he was asked about this defense, and he said something like, oh yes, it's a very solid opening, I have no reason not to continue using it, I really trust in its defenses, and something along those lines. And then after that interview he never played this opening again. He actually shifted to the Nimzo Indian and the Queen's Indian combination, and even scored some nice victories and won the match quite comfortably from that point onwards. Up to that point it was still a tight match. So some gamesmanship by the great Dr. Aleksandar Alechin. Here the main move is a4. It has obviously been played in the Alechin-Ewe matches, but Shabalov goes for e4. It's a very sharp line, sacrificing a pawn because the pawn is defended. Black must Black must defend it, because otherwise no compensation for that full center. So b5, and now bishop e2. And now both sides develop, e6, castles, bishop b7, a4, undermining the queenside structure, a6, and now b3. So what white wants to do is, let's say, cb3, queen b3, and white would argue that the full center, free development is a good compensation, the somewhat passive bishop on b7 is a good compensation for the pawn. This is in a way a typical or characteristic choice by Shabalov, who is famous for his sharp play and sharp opening ideas. For example, the so-called Shabalov / Shirov attack in the semi-Slav, that move g4 early on was invented by him. So Not a surprise that he sacks a pawn early in the opening. But after b3 there is the option of b4 that black plays. Now the knight cannot really go anywhere because the pawn on e4 is hanging, so e5, now knight d5, and knight takes d5. There is no point in allowing black such a massive pawn on c3. So knight takes d5, cd5, now bc4, dc4, bishop c4, bishop e7. So what we had here, that white got the pawn back, but in the process he, let's say, made this bishop on b7 a very powerful piece, and black still has a protected passed pawn on the queen side. On the other hand, white has a good center, and he will try to use the center to build up an attack on the king side, and we see this development very soon. So bishop e3, covering the pawn on d4, short bishop d5. It would be in black's interest to exchange this light squared bishop, because then white's bishop would be the more limited in one and the black's bishop would be the better one. So a natural move would be bishop d3, maintaining the bishop for attacking purposes, but knight d2 also makes sense, because now in case of, let's say, bishop c4, knight c4, that the ideas with knight d6 are hanging in the air. So black castles and queen g4, and this is the thing, the attack that I was talking about. The queen is brought to the king side. Ideas like bishop h6 are here, but also white can also pay some attention to the queen side, let's say putting a rook on the c file. So it's something that white can, well, white will not abandon the queen side completely and go va-bank on the king side. So black is thinking. So sharp position, well, Shabalov probably likes it. He even, well, it's a massive difference on the clocks. For example, you see Shabalov gained 6 minutes from his starting time, whereas Dishman has spent 12. So already 18-minute advantage for white. Board 2, we have Lewis against Kaidanov. We have a queen's gambit declined, exchange variation, bishop g5, c6, e3, bishop d6. This is one of the more modern treatments of the queen's gambit. Normally the bishop always goes to e7, but bishop d6. And in fact, for a very long time, several decades, this development of the bishop was considered not that great in view of Botvinnik's plan, which is bishop d3, knight e2, and then going f3, e4, because it turns out that once e4 is played, e5 is an unpleasant threat. And this was beautifully demonstrated in the classical game Botvinnik-Keres. I think it was in 1952, but just check the Botvinnik-Keres game in the Queen's Gambit declined exchange. But okay, obviously since then theory has evolved, so it is possible to play like this. Bishop d3, short castle, queen c2. The threat is to take on f6 and take that pawn, so h6, bishop h4, rook e8, knight g2, knight bd7. And one positive thing for black is that with the bishop on d6, the rook is active on the e file, and that makes the f3 e4 plan more difficult to implement because the pawn on e3 is hanging. So white goes h3, not strictly necessary, but depends how white continues. For example, h3 can be a preparation for an attack with g4 and then g5. So knight f8 by black, and now white is thinking. Well, another, let's say, blasphemy from the past was that h6 should never be played in the Queen's Gambit declined exchange, because that robs black of the possibility to put a knight on g6, because these two pieces, the bishop on d3 and the queen on c2, would win a pawn now. So the knight on f8 now, okay, a3 played by white, another a3, h3, waiting moves and just probably wanting to see what black will do. So the knight cannot go to g6, that's one. but maybe it can go to e6, yeah? Or just black wants to go leave the e6 square for the bishop. A5 is also a move. Black can also play the waiting game, stopping some minority attacks for now, and further waiting how white wants to continue. So we will see what comes out of this waiting game of a3 h3. Board 3, okay, a5. Okay, just as I mentioned, it's the move that it's a useful move for black, whether that be for stopping a minority attack. And now, for example, long castling by white is probably not very good because b5, b4 comes quickly, and a5 helps for that too. And that likely means that white will castle short. Oops, sorry, not king d1, that's for sure not. Probably white will castle short, and then just will either play some rook b1, b4 minority attack ideas, or will try to organize the f3, e4 break. For example, rook a e1, let's maybe knight c1, f3, e4, and so on. So these are the possible plans that white can try. Board 3, Novikov against Clark. We had a Grunfeld. We haven't seen that opening in a while. This is the first time I see it in this tournament, or at least the first time we are covering it. F3 by Novikov, and d5, cd5, c6. Wow. Okay, this I'm not sure I have seen, to be honest. Okay, let me check, yeah, because I'm already curious what's going on here. Normally I follow theory and I follow the opening trends, but this is something new to me. So allow me to also check my memory on this and knowledge, obviously. So f3 and d5 takes, and now c6. Wow, that's actually, well, okay, according to my database, it has been played full 54 times, which is quite a lot for such a move. The score is not that great, but it has been played mostly by... Okay, so I see now. It has been played by engines, that's for sure. Engines play everything nowadays, or they are forced to play everything by humans. But it has been played by Kirill Shevchenko, by Artyom Timofeyev, Valerian Demirov. They're all grandmasters, pretty strong one. Jacek Tomczak. So maybe it's not... let's see who else played this. Chinese grandmaster Di Li, Boris Savchenko. Okay, and I also think I saw a game by Katerina Lachno. So yeah, she played it like 12 years ago, so that's a long time ago. Probably not that great, but possible, yeah. So white took on c6, which is the critical move, even though e4 is also an alternative. So dc6, knight c6. Now the pawn is hanging. Obviously e3 defends it, and now e5. Let's see how the theory goes. dc, knight c6, e3, e5. And now there are three moves that have been played. d5, which is possible. Bishop b5, which has the highest score, and been played by engines almost, well, a lot, and also by Vallejo Pons against Artyom Timofeyev, but that's also 8 years ago. And knight e2, which was the choice of Novikov, and actually that was played only once, at least in my database. So that one featured a very recent game by engines, played in March. Engines higher rated than humans anyway. So the engine here played bishop b4 check, whereas in this game black played bishop g7, and this was followed by knight c3. So obviously very interesting position early on. very sharp because black already committed to material sacrifice, but probably with some compensation. So the task here will be for white to obviously consolidate and not allow black to obtain compensation, but the compensation is quite visible because you see the white doesn't find it easy to develop all these pieces. The knight on e2 is in the way of the bishop on f1, which is in the way of the king on e1 that cannot castle. The bishop on c1 is also stuck behind that pawn on e3. So all this clumsiness in white's development is what black's compensation consists of. But things are also very concrete because after knight c3 there is already the threat of d5 and then e4. And if white achieves that, then all this destabilizes the center and the pawn structure, and all these problems disappear. So black must act here. The most logical is obviously to take on d4 and prevent d5. But then maybe that helps somewhat white's development. Let's say knight takes d4. Yeah, and now already some bishop b5 can happen, short castle. So this will quickly become interesting because black needs to act urgently. And well, we'll see if he acts in an appropriate way. On board 4, let's move on. We have Stebbings against Yermolinsky. We had Alex Yermolinsky as a guest yesterday. Today we see him play against g3 and going for b5. This is one of the possible ways to play against white's omission of c4. The idea is to stop, let's say b6 would allow, let's say, transposition to the Queen's Indian with c4, but b5 stops that. So bishop g2, bishop b7, short castle, and c5. A possible way for black to play. Usually white's opening is not very ambitious, but on the other hand it's very solid. So bishop g5, knight a6. Black wants to be able to capture on c5 with the knight, but it's curious thing to put the knight on a6 because this is exactly what happened in Yermolinsky's game yesterday when he was white, and his opponent Stanoyevsky put that knight on a6, and that knight was one of the main reasons for black's loss. And we're not talking about that accidental chance that black got later in the game. So that knight was really dim on the rim, and here we see Yermolinsky do the same, but we'll see whether he suffers the same fate or not. So c3, bishop e7, a4, b4, and queen d3. So white just wants to develop, okay? Knight bd2, maybe push e4. Yeah, that's the main idea. But things are, well, okay for black because he has good development. And, well, just a pleasant starting position in the game. I guess many moves are possible here. Maybe black can consider taking somewhere. Okay, can consider putting a rook on b8 or c8. Yeah, just trying to prepare for possible opening of these files. So, okay, we will see. It's definitely something to think about, and from the times shown, it seems that okay, both players are on their own and already thinking. So to recap the situation on the boards in the match USA-England 2, it's everything to play for. Shabalov has a position that he probably likes. Lewis and Kaidanov, they have this Carlsbad structure in the Queen's Gambit. Shabalov, Dishman. Oh, sorry. So Shabalov has the position that he liked, and on board 1, yeah, that was board 1. Sorry, and board 3, Novikov has this extra pawn, which will become sharp, and on board 4, everything is well normal and okay for both sides. Now let's move on to the match, Italy and North Macedonia Alkaloid, which I think is another tough match for both sides. So on board 1 we have David against Kirill Georgiev, and we have a Najdorf, I think for the first time in our transmission. And David goes h3, Kirill goes e6. Many popular moves here against h3, e5, even a5, h5, g6, and so on. But d6, g4, and d5. And this is very interesting for me because this is exactly the line I recommended in my Najdorf simplified course on Chessable. And it's not popular nowadays. Here, for example, everybody plays h6, for example, or b5. But I thought that this line, even though out of favor from the aspect of fashion, I think it's very easy to play for black, because immediately opens the center with d5. And let's say, and you probably know the rule that if black plays d5 in the Sicilian successfully, then he usually has solved all his problems. It's not entirely true here, because white can pose some problems, but it demands quite a precise and detailed knowledge by white. And this being currently a sideline, from a practical perspective, it's not very probable that white would come up with all these precise moves. So Kirill has played this before, and let's see, maybe David has prepared something. So e5, knight d5, knight d2, bishop b4, a3 first, okay, bishop a5, bishop g2, castles and castles. I will check my notes, because this is very interesting for me too, to see what I have looked at here, and maybe I can share something with you. So let's see what I have here. So a6, g4, d5, takes, knight d2, bishop b4, bishop g2, castles, castles. And in fact, I have looked at this position without the a3, bishop a5, so something like bishop g2, castles, castles. Yeah. And now I have analyzed the captures on c3. Here, the good capture being knight takes c3. Yeah, because bishop c3 is somewhat dubious, because if black wants to capture twice on c3, then that gives white some advantage. But in these lines, for example, the pawn on a3 is more of a liability for white, because he does not have the option of bishop a3 after bc3, obviously. Yeah? So I'm curious to see what's the whole point of a3. Okay, maybe one of the points is that in many lines that bishop of b on b4 was dropping back to d6. So just to show you, yeah. Let's say here, knight takes c3, knight takes c3, queen c7, yeah. And now queen d4, attacking that bishop, and knight c6. Let's say queen c4 and bishop d6. And now what we have is that with the bishop already on a5, we have two things to note. One is that queen d4 will not attack that bishop, and second, that bishop can't go back to d6. So both pros and cons for both sides. But okay, I just want to see if that position has occurred in practice with the a3 played. Actually, no. And this is very, very, very surprising. I only have one game played between engines 2 years ago, where black just continued the same knight takes c3 and queen c7. But obviously this is, well, something different, and definitely something David prepared, because you don't go into this without good preparation. So Kirill is thinking, obviously, okay, knight c3 he takes. We expect knight c3 recapture. Okay, knight c3, knight c3, and we see what happens next. Yeah, whether black now takes on c3 two times, which was not very good with the pawn on a2, but with the pawn on a3 it may well be possible. So let's see what Kirill comes up with. So we're waiting for recapture knight c3 because queen d8 would lose a piece to knight e2 check. Okay, knight c3, and now Kirill will have to make his choice. Okay, so most likely queen c7, but like I said, maybe it's possible to take on c3 and make use of the fact that bishop a3 is no longer an option for white. This is very interesting. So what we can say for sure is that well, white seems to be winning the opening surprise duel. Okay, let's move on to board 2. Nadev against Godena. So e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, and now already a surprise, knight c3 by Nadev. For many decades, Nadev was playing the Scotch, d4. He had some very nice victories there, but the Scotch has decreased in popularity recently. In view of the line e takes d4, knight d4, knight f6. Yeah, and here after knight c6, bc, e5, queen e7, queen e2, knight d5. Black seems to be doing very well theoretically. And then he switched to the Italian with bishop c4. He even beat Kirill Georgiev in a very nice game several years ago. But I would have expected either for him to dig up some preparation in the Scotch or to go for the Italian. And I've never seen him play the 4 knights. But like I said yesterday, Godena's repertoire is quite limited, even though well researched, really thoroughly analyzed and rock solid. So I wouldn't be surprised if he discovered something that, okay, he didn't like maybe in the Scotch or the Italian and went for this because he liked something here. Okay, so bishop b5 and now bishop d6. Bishop d6 is one of the, let's say, 1, 2, 3, 4 moves available for black. The most principled one is knight d4, the Rubinstein move, which is considered as the most principled, most forcing one that allows black to obtain good play. But for players who prefer calmer play, bishop b4, the symmetrical line is quite decent. Bishop c5 is also possible when we have some sort of well, Spanish, even can transpose to some Berlin stuff if, let's say, white takes and plays something like d3. Yeah, anti-Berlin with d3. And there is the move bishop d6 that has the idea of covering the pawn on e5, and then black wants to castle. Okay, then put the rook on e8 and drop the bishop back to f8 so that doesn't get in the way of the d pawn, and ideally black would push d5 in one go. So d3 played by white, a6, bishop a4, h6. So okay, not strictly necessary to play h6, but I think that maybe Nadev was hoping for this because in some of these lines it's possible to go rook g1 and g4, g5. And maybe that's what he prepared, bishop e3 now. Yeah, and maybe that's what he prepared because if, for example, now short castle, yeah, some ideas with rook g1 may be possible. And then g5, g4, g4, g5. The good aspect is that you see white hasn't spent any time, whereas Godina has spent more than half an hour. I mentioned that Godina is a notorious time travel addict, and it really Nedev actually helped fuel this addiction by surprising him early in the opening and giving him something to think about early on. So we will see if Godina goes short castle or maybe just develops with b5 and maybe knight a5 going after the bishop, or bishop b7 and so on. So definitely something to think about, and Godina has been doing it for quite some time now. Let's move on to board 3, Ortega Bogdanovsky. What do we have here? So d4, d5, knight f3, knight f6. Again, change in the repertoire for Bogdanovsky. His main repertoire for many decades was the Nimzo-Indian coupled with the Bogo-Indian, but here he goes for the Slav. Okay, again, maybe sign of the times, some changes. And now cd5, the exchange variation from Ortega. I have played the exchange variations many times with white, and I can tell you that I really don't want to make a draw when I play the exchange. I have analyzed it really deeply, and I have discovered that it's not easy at all for black to equalize here, because if he eventually does, because objectively he can equalize, he must really know some very deep lines, long lines, precise lines, and a lot of preparation is required to play the exchange variation successfully, both with white and with black. So I'm also curious to see what both players have prepared here. So the 4 knights, let's say exchange, and now bishop f4. When I normally play this, I usually played it without a knight on f3, because with the knight on f3, knight h5 is an annoying move to meet. And if the bishop goes back, then just knight f6. And black argues that the bishop on d2 is no much better than the bishop on c1. And the problem here for white is that if he wants to continue playing the game and not just repeat, he needs to go e3. But after bishop g4, black managed to get the bishop out. Yeah, and should be fine. So knight h5 is the move that I have found to be annoying when these both knights have come to their natural squares, c3, f3, c6, f6, and that's why normally I kept the knight on g1 and played bishop f4, e3 before, so the queen controls h5, so as not to allow knight h5. But it's possible to play, of course. Maybe Ortega prepared something, yeah. So for now, Bogdanovsky sticks to the theoretical symmetry, e3, e6, and now 2 moves, bishop b5 and queen b3. When I was checking this, I preferred bishop b3, no, sorry, queen b3. But okay, bishop b5 is the other theoretical move. So knight d7, that's the best move. Short castle, bishop e7, and now queen b3. And g5. Okay, so this is actually good preparation by Bogdanovsky. This was considered good for black. And I remember when I was checking this, I think I was thinking that maybe a move like knight d2 was better. But don't take my word for it. I have forgotten what I've looked at here. But queen b3 seems a bit strange combination of queen b3 and bishop b5. So g5, bishop g3, h5, and knight bishop c6. I'm not sure about this, bc and queen b7. So this is already some concrete stuff going on, but obviously the idea is to free the c7 square for the bishop, also attacking the pawn on c6. But I don't know what happens after a simple move like queen c8. Or probably white will have to take, then he will have to make sure the bishop is not trapped, something like this. But this looks pretty good for black, if you ask me. Pair of bishops, no pawn weaknesses, so it seems like opening gone bad for white. And he has already spent half an hour, so probably something went wrong here for white in the opening. So good start for Bogdanovsky. On board 4, Stanoevsky Belia, and we have yet another Caro-Kann, popular choice in this event. And a popular choice, the exchange variation. But truth be told, Stanislavski has been playing this all his life, so it's not that it's a question of fashion, but it's just his usual choice. So c3, knight f, h3, but here he follows modern fashion and Carlsen. g6, knight f3, bishop f5, and we saw this position in round 1, the game by Kutirov, who is a lifelong Caro-Kann player, and I also repeated this when we were looking at yesterday's game by Arkel, and that white has this choice of taking, avoiding the exchange, or keeping the tension. I mentioned that taking on f5 with the g file open should not be played, and here we see the third reaction in the game. Borgo, Arkel, white avoided the exchange by bishop e2, but here Stanislavski allows the exchange, and the rationale here is that white has really free development. So bishop g7, bishop f4, castles, knight bd2. Reversed Carlsbad, yeah, in view of the pretty solid kingside structure, it's not that easy for white to create something on the kingside, but it's not out of the question. Knight e5 is a typical move. Some rook should come to probably the e file. Yeah, some generally useful stuff, but as I keep mentioning, it's also possible for white to play on the queen side, and here black makes a surprising move a5, which I don't really understand the idea of, because after the natural a4, white just fixed this pawn hole on b5, and he can actually use it very nicely with this typical maneuver like b1, a3, and b5. So I don't really understand this point, the point of a5. So knight e8. Okay, white decides to put the queen on that square. Queen b5, maybe attacking that pawn. Rook a6, intending to go rook b6 if white takes. Rook a b1, defending the pawn on b2, and now e6. Just connecting the structure, yeah? Well, just some normal, I guess, structure for both sides, with the exception of this a4, a5, and the weakened b5 square. Note that queen b7 is not very good, because just now white loses the queen. So the queen will have to go back at some point, whether that be d3, e2, or b3, we will see. But on the other hand, I quite like that maneuver knight b1, knight a3, which now is more difficult to achieve with the rook on b1. But white can also play another maneuver, knight e1, knight d3, as d3 is the ideal square for the knight in this reversed Carlsbad, as is d6 for the black knight in the normal Carlsbad. So a position where, okay, rook e1 probably played by Stanislavski. So we have a, okay, here, a position that's, well, I think somewhat better for white because of that weakening of the b5 square, but otherwise relatively normal. So to kind of wrap up the situation in the match, okay, Kirill Georgiev was surprised in the opening. He played queen c7. Traikonedev is waiting for short castle and a kingside attack, but Godena is still thinking, so at least a huge advantage. Here we have a reverse situation where the Macedonian player surprised the Italian in the opening, has a huge advantage on the clock. On board 3, I think things have gone wrong for Ortega in the opening, and on board 4 also some advantage for the Macedonian player. So quite a pleasant start for the Macedonian team here. Now let's move on to the S65 section, okay, and start with on board 1. We have really the derby of the championship perhaps, because we have the leaders playing, and we have Germany against England and the game Knack against Nunn. So here we see Nunn going for the King's Indian, his usual choice throughout his career. E4, d6, h3, this is all the rage lately, and one of the reasons why the King's Indian decreased in popularity on elite level. So don't get me wrong, the popularity is still pretty decent on lower levels, and well, John Nunn no longer plays elite events, and I don't see a reason why he shouldn't stick to his King's Indian. Okay, so before I go on, let me just check the comments. Okay, none got the non-arrow repertoire. M sphere favors the Tarash. Okay, that's what he played. Okay, computer, you should just probably ignore the computer when it comes to the King's Indian. Buzzing sound from transmission. Okay, Kevin, it's probably the fan of the laptop switching on and off at certain points. So that's probably the sound you're hearing. I'm sorry, because I have to keep the microphone pretty close so that the sound is good. But the sound, the humming that you're buzzing, it's probably that. No, my laptop is more to the side, and it doesn't really turn on the fan, but probably it's the one I'm using for the transmission. Microphone right next to laptop. Yeah, I said that. I'm sorry about that, but I need to keep it close so that you can hear me clearly. Yeah, ball gentleman, that would be me probably. Yeah, penalties, that would be good. Yeah, penalties, but you know who wins on penalties if it goes to penalties, right? Okay, so okay, let's those are the comments so far, and let's see. So short castle, bishop e3, and a knight bd7. This is already somewhat rare, because it just I think commits the knight a bit too early. There was nothing wrong with e5 directly. Okay, and then the knight can go to c5 sometimes even via a6, or even go a5, knight a6, and don't put the knight on c5. But okay, knight bd7, g4 early on, knight f3 was the alternative, e5, d5, knight c5, and f3. So what white is trying to do here is that he's arguing that he has some sort of a superior same-ish variation. He has already expanded with g4 and in a way slowed down at least black's counterplay with f5. So a5, okay, f3 covered the pawn on e4, and b4 was a threat, so a5, queen d2, knight fd7. So black is preparing for f5, h4, stopping possible checks, yeah, but also preparing h5. f5 takes, and f5, sorry, h5. And this is all very sharp. Okay, knight b6, long castle, king h8, and now we have this position, yeah, where both players have spent 22 minutes to this point, and well, it's a sharp position, but having played the King's Indian with both colors, well, all my life more or less, even though all my life with black and with white only in the past, let's say, what, like 10 years or so, I somehow felt that these positions where white is doing the attacking on the king side are kind of more pleasant for white. But things are never simple in the King's Indian, and irrelevant of what the engine says, they're always full with tactics and possibilities for both sides. So, and I would trust Nunn's judgment here, because yeah, He has played it all his life on the highest level, and he probably feels these positions very well and can feel what is acceptable for black and what isn't. So for example, something like h6 is met by bishop f6, and the king is out of the g file. And here on the queen side, the knight on b6 is actually tying the bishop on f1 down to the defense of the c4 pawn. So white would happily play bishop h3 to put pressure on f5 and exchange light squared bishops, but he cannot easily do so because that pawn needs protection. That was the point of knight b6. Otherwise, that knight on b6 also doesn't allow for the development of knight g2 for the same reason, which means that the knight will likely be developed to h3. And then from h3 there may be some ideas like this, but they are not very realistic. So what we see is that the knight on b6 is, by attacking the pawn on c4, is very an annoying attack for white, because it's kind of slows down, I would say, his development. So white played knight h3. Okay, so no h6 but knight h3. And okay, we will see what happens. Yeah, black can play bishop f6, I guess. Black can play bishop d7. a4 is always an idea here, just to expand a little bit on the queen side. So neither side can make much progress where they are attacking, because like I said, h6, bishop f6 brings little. And on the queen side, just except for these two knights, everything else is just pretty far for black. So we will see. Sharp King's Indian battle lies ahead, and that's always something to look forward to. Let's move on board 2, Kosten against Meister. We see Tony Kosten playing the English again. g3, knight f6, bishop g2, knight c6, knight c3, bishop b4. And it's funny that here he deviates from his recommendation in the book, which was knight d5, and here plays the move e4. It's the move that Carlsen also played in a slightly different version, which was without a knight on c6 and without a bishop on g2. He used it to great effect to beat Caruana in the first tiebreak game of their World Championship match in 2018. And the idea is to go for the Botvinnik setup, yeah, c4, e4, and then later d3, and also to connect the knights. And now black now has to make a decision whether he allows knight g2 when bishop c3 doesn't make much sense, or he takes on c3, when white has a choice, bc or dc, both being perfectly playable. And in fact here we have a reversed Rossolimo. Black decided to go d6 and allow knight g2 and use the bishop to control the d4 square and the g1 a7 diagonal. h3 by white, preventing knight g4 ideas, and also sometimes preparing g4, knight g3, and so on. h5 by black, stopping g4, and also maybe intending h4, which he did on the next move, d3, h4. Not sure that was entirely necessary, but it does have the point of further, let's say, weakening the dark squares. And now with his last move, knight h7, he wants to use the fact that the dark squares have been weakened, and place the knight on a more active position on g5. So a3, threatening b4, a6, and now f4. This is how white plans to fight against the grip that black has on the dark squares, just wanting to get rid of that pawn on the e5. Knight d4, knight d4, bishop d4, knight e2, attacking the bishop, and c5 now. Okay, this is interesting. The weakening on d5 doesn't really matter, because the knight can't really get there, because if it gets, then it leaves the bishop alive, and the bishop is really strong on d4. So white takes on d4, cd, short castle, and now g5. A consistent dark square strategy for black. And he just wants to close the position, shut the position down. And he achieves because white goes f5. Now that bishop on g2 is dead forever. But probably there was no better alternative, that the bishop was going to stay dead in any way. So knight f8, b4, knight d7. Okay, I think black can be fairly satisfied with the outcome of the opening, because he successfully killed off the light squared bishop, and the dark squared bishop also is not such a great piece in the sense that it's a closed position. So let's just imagine black goes f6, and I can easily see this game finish in a draw in absence of pawn breaks. So it would be a success for Meister against Kosten. Let's move on board 3, Kalinchev versus Baker. So knight f3, knight f6, c4, g6, b4. Extended Sokolsky, yeah. Bishop g7, bishop b2, castles g3, c5. Okay, one of the more direct ways to deal with the early expansion with c5, bc5, queen f5, and bishop g2, knight a6, short castle, knight c5, a4, and d6. I'm not sure who should be happier here, because theoretically speaking, white exchanged the b pawn for a c pawn, which is in his favor. It's he replaced a more central pawn and opened, let's say, the b file. That also gave him a pawn advantage in the center, something like d4, and he controls more squares. But for now, black has a pretty good piece development, and well, looks kind of acceptable. But this may be a long-term issue for black, that white has actually more pawns in the center than black. So I'm not sure in this decision to go c5 and allow bc5. So, okay, I would slightly prefer white here. So let's go to board 4, and we have a Trompovsky. Bishop g5, c5, d5. Normally after c5, people either take on f6. Sometimes they take on c5, but and d5 also is another one, but the other move. But I have always thought that in this version, knight e4 is kind of pretty good for black, at least theoretically speaking. Yeah. So I don't really like d6, because knight c3 now, and e4 will come, and it appears like pretty good version of some Schmidt-Benoni or whatever it's called. So h6 now, even forcing bishop f6, ef6, e4, a6, a4. I don't like this for black at all. g6, bishop d3, bishop g7, h3, knight d7. Okay, now f4. Not sure about f4, but I guess the idea is to stop knight e5. But still, I mean, even let's say something like knight f3, knight e5, and knight d2, and then knight c4. I'm not okay. Maybe this is not ideal, but maybe black achieves something here. Maybe this is not that great. So, okay, knight d7. Well, okay, let's see, f4, but now f5. And the point, I guess, is that if he takes f5, there is check, yeah? So there is a reason I didn't like f4, yeah? So white played knight f3, but already this is not good for white. I mean, he should not have allowed this opening of the diagonal so easily. Well. Okay, this is, I didn't like it in the beginning for black, but now I don't like it for white. So this is definitely going the Germans' way. Just the center is too shaky. So to kind of check, I mean, how the match is going, on board 1, we have sharp kings Indian. It can go anybody's way. On board 2, it seems that black shut down white's attempts at pretty much anything, so likely a draw. Board 3, the German player has this pawn preponderance in the center, and on board 4, the German player took over the initiative very early on. So as things stand, things are not that great for the English team out of the opening. So we'll see how things develop and if everything is possible. But for now, things are not going so well. Okay, we did the first roundup of the matches in both sections. We'll take a short break now, and soon enough we'll come back and go for the second roundup. See you soon. Hi and welcome back to the live commentary of round 4 of the World Senior Team Championship. So let's continue our overview of the games. We can actually continue with where we left off. We saw this position in the game, Polach Köhler. Somehow, okay, we left off at f5 and white played knight f3. And after bishop c3, bc, f e4, bishop e4, short castle, knight f6, knight e2. We have this position where, well, I'm pretty sure black is better, but I also have the impression that he should have done better. Somehow I think he could have got more out of the very promising position that looked like after f5. So, okay, maybe this is good news for the English fans, and that, well, white got out of it just with a scare and not that big damage to his position. I mean, yeah, he's still worse, but it's manageable, I think. So perhaps some development, decent development or promising development for England. So let's go backwards. Board 3, Kalinchev, Baker. We left off bishop c3, queen c7, and now d3. So okay, white adopts a more restrained approach instead of advancing in the center with d4. Bishop d7, knight d2, a6, rook a3, and bishop c6 and a5. Okay, still looks good for white. Though, okay, I don't know by how good. Yeah, I mean, good, but again, the same impression that I have is that it could have gone probably better for white had he been a bit more energetic at the beginning, maybe with d4 and so on. Now, okay, he has fixed the b6 square and okay, if he manages something like, let's say, queen c2, rook b1, yeah, to fix the b6 square, maybe there will be some continuous pressure, and then the threat of something like d4, d5 will always exist. So it is better, but black needs to be careful not to end up in some sort of a bind here. So it should be manageable, but some care is required by black. Board 2, as I said, okay, we had like here before knight d7, bishop d2, f6, okay, locking in the king side, queen b3, b6, rook c1, rook b8, rook ab1, queen e7, and a4. Okay, so obviously everything happens here on the queen side, and okay, I think some problem for white is that he has 38 minutes here only to reach move 40. That's 18 moves, and he needs to calculate a lot because all these pawn breaks, and basically there are two, one is c5, the other one is a5, they require some calculation, as okay, b5 just locks everything in, and after a5, knight c5 is a dead draw. But some c5 or a5 will have to happen if white wants to play for more, but this is not simple, and it requires some calculation. So with 38 minutes against 1 hour, for black it's well, not that easy, I think. So I still think this is going to be some maneuvering phase following, with white trying to figure out the best setup for his pieces. For example, one idea is to try to activate this bishop, let's say bishop f3, bishop d1, bishop b3, but then to organize c5 will not be that easy. Anyway, either way, it's white who's trying to push through and make something happen, so at least let's say the psychological initiative is on white's side. And on board 1, the king's Indian we left off, which was knight h3, bishop d7, developing move, knight f2, okay, and now knight a4. Note that f4 does not trap the bishop, because bishop c5, dc5 is actually great for white. because he gave up the dark squared bishop, but the opposing bishop, dark squared bishop, cannot be activated, so this is close to strategically winning for white after the exchange of the light squared bishops. But after knight f2, Nan played knight ba4, and the idea is to have the knights connected. So for example, now bishop c5 makes no sense, which on the other hand here, bishop a5, dc5 and knight f2 may have made some sense, because this is a common theme in these positions with the opposite castling in the King's Indian, that sometimes white voluntarily gives up his dark squared bishops to increase his control over the light squares. So that knight was controlling these d3 4 squares, and now white wants to go either bishop h3 to exchange the bishops, or maybe even bishop d3 to increase control over f4. But maybe in this concrete case it doesn't work, because maybe fe4 is a bit unpleasant. Ideally, white would like to take with a piece on e4, but that means that he sacrifices a pawn. And taking with a pawn is not ideal, because it just opens the position a little bit, and then maybe bishop f6, bishop g5, and so on. So that was an interesting positional idea, but okay, white just decided to forego it and play knight f2, knight a4, and now knight d3. Okay, so probably this was white's idea, to try to play with pieces and try to force exchanges on c5. I really don't know what's going on here, and I have to go with more like with feeling rather than with some analysis, because I think black should be fine, though how exactly he should play. For example, does he go b6, yeah, to have a strong control over c5, and then maybe follow up with knight takes d3 and the other knight comes to c5, or does he take on c3, okay, and go b6 now, yeah, or does he exchange everything, for example, like this? Because without knights, now black may even decide to close the king side and even go b6, and how does any side make progress here? Yeah, black would just go bishop f6, put the rook on g8, and it looks like a positional draw. So definitely things to think about for both sides. And okay, King's in the position, but without many tactics, more like positional considerations. So okay, just to see what's happening in the match. On board 1, okay, just unclear. Everything is like, but objectively around balanced. Board 2, white has the playing initiative, but difficult to break through. Board 3, white has the playing initiative and some long-term prospects. And on board 4, white got out probably with only a scare. He could have been much worse. So the match is still likely in favor of the German team, but not as much as it was a bit earlier. So that's how things stand for now. Let's move on to the S50 section. Let's go to the match on board 1. We had Olafsson against Adams, so we had a position here with short castle. White played knight bd2, and Adams played c5. c6, like I said, would have transposed to all this old theory of the 80s, but c5 is an attempt to take advantage of the move order in the game. So dc5, bc5, cd5, ed5, hanging pawns which are quite mobile, and black's pieces are active to support them, so this should be acceptable for black. Short castle, d4, bishop b2, knight c6, rook e1 covering the e2 pawn, rook c8, getting away from the long diagonal, knight c4, blockading the hanging pawns. That's one of the basic principles how you play against hanging pawns. You force one of them to advance and then you blockade them on the square that is left without protection, in this case c4. But that also, in this particular position, there is also the c3 square that black is trying to take advantage of. So knight d5, e3, and now knight c3, bishop c3, dc3, and white is thinking. So white has been thinking for quite some time now, and this is pretty sharp, as that pawn can be both very strong and also could be weak. Black will defend it with the bishop on f6. Okay, queen e2 played by white, avoiding the exchange of queens and strengthening that knight on c4, because now bishop c4 white will recapture with the queen and not with the pawn. But this pawn is quite strong, for now at least, because it can be supported with the bishop and also with something like knight b4, c2 with the knight. So it looks kind of promising for black here. It looks promising for black, and he also has a good time advantage of some 25 minutes on the clock. So let's go. So to sum up, I think good outcome of the opening for Adams. Board 2, Ems against Hjartarson. We had the Tarrasch. So we left off here when Ems was thinking what to do with the tension, and he decided to keep it. Queen e2, knight c6, c3, bishop e7, castles, queen c7, rook e1, h6, bishop c2, and now black releases the tension. d4, knight e4, bishop d7, bishop e3, knight d5, and knight c5. Okay, piece play, typical for this variation of the Tarrasch variation, and both sides are going for the bishop pairs of the other player. So normally white enjoys free piece play in this variation, and here he has it, but black has managed in the meantime to develop satisfactorily without allowing any concessions. So he enjoys this stable, let's say, position that the French allows him to get. So more or less balanced position here. Let's see board 3. We had the Catalan, and the choice that Peterson made was the move queen a4, which also lately has becoming more fashionable. Bishop d7 is the move, breaking the pin. Queen takes c4, now b5, typical for this line in the Catalan, going after the queen and expanding on the queen side. The point is, of course, queen b5 is met by knight d4 and attack on the queen. And it's becoming tricky for white because, let's say, queen c4, bishop b5 can become even more problematic. So the queen drops back to c3 and rook c8, d takes c5. Some technical issues I can see. Yeah, venue camera. I don't know what's going on actually. Probably some disconnect because, well, everything was working normally, but we will shortly see what's going on. So dc5, knight d5, queen c2, many moves by the queen in the Catalan, knight c4 and queen d1. So let's just count, yeah? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 moves by the queen. In the meantime, black developed all his pieces, but now they are getting pushed back. So e4, knight f6, a3, knight c6, knight c3, attacking the pawn on b4, answering b5, b4, a4, knight b4. So normally in the Catalan, if black finishes development and again there are no concessions, then things are okay. And here it appears that things should be okay for black. even though, as always, some concrete things need to be considered. I don't know what happens after e5, knight d5, maybe knight e4. That can be tricky. So, general impressions aside, well, thanks, Kevin. Yeah, about the commentary being insightful. Well, I hope it is. Okay, so e5 by white. So this is the concrete solution in the position as there is a, well, when the knight moves, knight e4 is coming. So, well, maybe black has run into some sort of trouble here, because he seemed to be doing okay, but then maybe this b4 was over ambitious. Okay, let's see. But some initiative for white definitely here now after e5. And the Grunfeld in the game, Arkel Thoralson. Black played bishop e6, queen c2, bishop f5 with tempo, queen b3, queen b6. This actually could have happened without the loss of tempo had black played, let's say here, bishop f5 and then queen b3, queen b6. We have the same position. Knight bd2. Normally the knight goes to c3, and white is not worried about the exchange on b3 and doubling the pawns, because this opens the file for him and allows him for some b4, b5 ideas. But knight bd2 was played, knight bd7, rook e1, preparing e4. Black stops it physically by putting a knight on e4. Knight c4 now. That was the other idea of knight bd2. Queen a6. As I said, white is not worried about the exchange on b3 because it opens the a file, and like I said, the b4 can be used to get some space maybe on the queen side. So black avoids the exchange, queen a6, now knight c e5, rook a d8, bishop f4, and knight takes e5. Keith is thinking here how to recapture, and the choice is to take with a bishop or to take with a pawn, because I think taking with a knight drops the pawn on d4. So how to take? Yeah, well, yeah, it's a decision that requires some thinking, because they both lead to kind of different, well, not sure, because even if after bishop e5 and black decides to exchange bishops, then again white has to take with the pawn, because the pawn is king in case of knight e5. So white ends up with a pawn on double pawns on the e file and a pawn on e5. But the question is, does he prefer to do it without bishops or with bishops like this? So which bishop is better here? Yeah, not easy to say on the surface of it. So well, we'll see what Keith decides to do. Okay, but more or less balanced here. More or less balanced. So, except for the advantage that black has on board 1, I think that advantage is balanced by the advantage. Okay, Keith took with pawn like this. That balance is balanced out by the advantage that Pettersson has against Fleer on board 3, and boards 2 and 4 are around equal. So the match is sort of for now equalish, let's say. So let's move on. USA against England 2. We had the Shabalov-Dishman game. We left off here. Queen g4 was played, threatening bishop h6. Black played king h8. Rook ac1. As I said, white will also keep an eye on the queen side, will not abandon it completely. Knight c6, bishop d3, pointing towards the king, b3. So what black is trying to do here is he's trying to distract white from from concentrating solely on the king side by using his very strong passed pawn and forcing white to kind of pay some attention to it. For now, white doesn't do that. He threatens mate, so g6, bishop b1. So the bishop will safely blockade the pawn even if it gets to b2. Rook b8, supporting the pawn. Rook cd1, getting away from a possible attack by b2. Yeah. Rook b4. So attacking the central pawns. Yeah. Knight e4, defending the pawn on d4, but sacrificing the one on a4. So rook a4 and now knight c5. So pretty sharp position here we have, yeah. Pretty sharp, and the question is, like, if white has compensation for the pawn. And okay, now the rook is hanging, so the first question is whether black should take or not. And the thing is, like, it has already become, well, I said that white will keep an eye on the queen side, but he abandoned the a pawn. I mean, just as an illustration, maybe he could have kept that rook on a1 and put the other one on c1, because the one on f1 is not doing much. So having sacrificed the pawn, white has in a way committed to making his attack work, or it's just a bust. But for now, it doesn't look like it's getting closer to making that attack succeed, because the bishop has been blunted. The queen, okay, doesn't do much. This bishop can come to h6, but again, it doesn't feel like white has enough pieces and firepower to make the attack work. So that means that okay, he still needs time to maybe build up, but how? Yeah? For now, the bishops are already looking in that direction, but not doing much. The knight has gone to the queen side, and the rooks can't easily get into the game to help. So just thinking along these considerations, maybe white doesn't have enough here for the pawn. So we may be looking at a surprise win here for Dishman against Shabalov. Yeah, because if just there is no compensation for the pawn, if there is no attack, then these pawns will just decide by marching down the board. Okay, let's see what happens. Board 2, we had the queen's gambit decline, the waiting moves, and like I said, after a3, a5, not being very likely that white castles long, because that just gets b5, b4 in, so short castle by white, and bishop d7 developing move by black. Yeah, still waiting with that knight on f8 to see where it goes, but not blocking the e file by putting the bishop on e6. And now white makes a committal decision by pushing e4. I was honestly expecting some sort of a minority attack with rook ab1, and then b4, maybe knight f4, knight c5, and so on. So that looks more in the nature in the position, but e4 now. I guess the temptation here was that after the e4, knight e4, the spin on the h4 d8 diagonal may give white some initiative. Even though just simply bishop e7, and I don't see how white's slight activity, higher activity than black's pieces can, well, make something happen here. Yeah, IQP is an IQP, but no, the pieces are not that well placed for some concrete attacks. But black went g5, bishop g3, and now took on e4. This is a concrete well, solution, but also a sharper one, because it obviously weakened the king, yeah, by pushing g5. So bishop takes d6, e d3, queen d3, and bishop f5. And now in addition to this, we have opposite colored bishops, and in view of the weak dark squares around the king, that maybe turn out to be in white's favor. But actually, okay, we have opposite colored bishops, but let's look at the concrete things. And can white actually keep the opposite colored bishops by queen g3? And if knight h5, queen h2? Looks strange, but there is a threat of g4, so I'm not sure if white could have kept the opposite colored bishops, because again, like I said, theoretically speaking, they are in white's favor, because black has weaknesses around the king. But he decided to take on f5, take on d6, rook a d1, knight g6. Now with these knights here, the king is not really in danger, so it's fine. And now long term, white is the one who needs to be a bit worried, because if he doesn't get rid of the IQP, he'll just end up in a bad IQP position. So knight g3, knight h4, hitting the queen, queen d3, and now it's black's turn. What was the idea of knight h4? Well, knight h4, knight is always dim on the rim, but why did he need to get rid of that queen on f5? Not entirely sure. It does cover the f5 square, so knight f5 is no real threat, but still black has a comfortable position, something like rook a d8, yeah? It's comfortable, but okay. Maybe as long as the queens are on board, the weakness of the king side compensates for the IQP. Okay, around balanced, I would say. Board 3. Okay, massive simplifications here, and it appears that white managed to extinguish black's initiative and remain a pawn up. So let's see what happened. Black played bishop e6 in this position, allowing the exchange of queens. Knight f4, bishop c4, bishop c4, knight c4, bishop c4. I mean, bishop e6, bishop c4, I can't say I like it, because it just helps white get rid of one undeveloped piece. So rook b1, getting away from the long diagonal, maybe intending b3. g5, knight d3, long castle, king e2. Already doesn't feel that black has enough. Yeah, rook h e8, b3, pushing the back, knight e5, knight e5, rook e5, bishop b2, rook c5, rook c1. Okay, black misplayed this. Takes, knight d5, h4, h6, takes, and now by opening the h file, the rook is already developed. So rook h7, rook g8, g4, knight f6, and rook h1. Yeah, this should be already a technical task for white. Clear pawn up, black's compensation has gone, the activity extinguished, so it's a technical task for white. So this should be probably just a winning position for white. So good development for Americans, and okay, probably balancing out the problems on board 1. And on board 4, we had again some developments. We were this here when we left off, and here Yermolinsky decided to exchange some pawns. CD. The idea is probably if CD, then the knight can come to pretty comfortable b4 square and then be supported by a5. So bishop f6 first, bishop f6, okay, CD, and now knight b4 the same, queen d2, a5. So pretty comfortable for black, as he has no weaknesses, really good pair of bishops. So no problems really, but okay, at least equal for black. So knight a3, short castle, knight e5. This is a good decision, because white wants to exchange one pair of bishops and rob black of the advantage of the bishop pair. So takes on g2, d6, chasing away the knight, knight c4, and now d5. This is okay, perhaps understandable, because the knight on c4 is a good piece, targeting d6, targeting a5. But that already means that after the knight comes back to e5, black is forced to take it. So bishop takes e5, d5, and now he goes f6. So maybe this was his idea, to open the f file. Takes, rook ac1, rook ac8. So the idea is to pin white down to the defense of f2, and slightly, let's say, more active pawns more central presence, but that's also an extra pawn island, so it's well, I think this is again balanced and should be kind of going for a draw. So just the match is probably in the balance. Yeah, better chances for Dishman here on board 1. That's balanced by Novikov's technically winning position against Clark on board 3, and on boards 2 and 4 the Americans have well, comfortable positions, but without really any serious advantage. So again, so more or less a balanced match. Now let's move on to the third one, Macedonia against Italy. So we left off when Kirill played queen c7, and after queen f3 he went f5. Already this is quite dynamic. The idea is to well, to kind of disrupt this solid structure that white has, and to introduce more dynamism in the position by opening the f file. So g takes f5, rook takes f5, queen e4, bishop takes c3, bc, and now knight c6. So what Georgiev has done here is that he completely wrecked white structure. You see, all the white pawns are isolated or doubled, but he gave up the bishop pair. So he's relying on the solidity of his position because he's very strong on the light squares. See all these sorry, I'll just circle the light squares where he's very strong, and on the f file, so something like bishop d7, rook a f8. He hopes that the better structure and the solidity on the light squares and the activity on the f file compensates for the pair of bishops. So rook b1, bishop d7, bishop e3, rook f8, c4, and now knight d8. This is a nice move because it threatens bishop c6. Okay, and if black manages to exchange the bishops, then he may even become ambitious, because then he can try to play on the strength of his pawn structure being better one, without white having the pair of bishops at his disposal. So I have to say that I quite like what Georgiev has done here. So I think he has some good prospects here, and long term white should be more careful. So okay, just to check the comments briefly before moving on, what you guys were saying. Just a second, you've been talking a lot, guys. Yeah, buying chess books, that's kind of good. Yeah, I mean I stopped buying chess books some time ago, and I started again because okay, there are not that many good books for my level, but recently some have come out which are pretty good, so I can understand why you guys are buying a lot of books, collections and stuff. Yeah, you know, speaking of collections, at one point when I was moving from one apartment to another, I threw away, I don't know how many, like hundreds of chess magazines, old magazines, Russian, English, all sorts. I threw away like almost all the informators I had, and tournament bulletins and stuff like that, and yeah, who knows where they are now. But now I realize that maybe I should have kept them somewhere in some storage, because as things have developed they may have some collectible value. But okay, that's long gone. So yeah, Nan's books are great, that I agree. Gambit, yes, I agree with Gambit being great too. okay, disappointed by English by tier list. I don't know. I haven't had that book, but I have actually good opinion of tier lists. I have well worked a little bit with him, and I think he's pretty good when it comes to opening theory and use of engines and so on. But I don't know about the book. I mean, I know it came out, but I haven't seen it. So okay, it will be. Okay, they have missed out lines of major branches, and it's not something I was. Okay, I see. So okay, it's about the book. Probably somehow something happened there in the process. Who knows? Yes, dynamic English is great. I agree about that. Well, constant to update the dynamic English. Well, it's actually updating. You should probably write a new book, not update. But okay. Okay, checking the comments. Let's now continue with the games. Board 2, native Godena. Probably Godena by here is in time trouble. So let's see what happened. So bishop e3, and he was thinking here for a long time. He came up with b5, bishop b3, and bishop b4. Short castle takes on c3. So at least he got rid of this threat of g4, g5. Takes on c3 and d6. Okay, a4, bishop d7, knight h4, knight a5. Okay, going after the bishop, bishop a2, short castle, queen f3, c5, and knight f5. So yeah, move 15, Godena has 8 minutes left, so this will be wild. Yeah. Objectively, I guess black should be fine, but for example, typical idea here is the move c4. Okay, maybe probably just getting rid of the knight first, and then c4, shutting this bishop on a2. And again, objectively should be fine for black, but time will be a major issue here. So this is a promising situation for Macedonia. And okay, they have promising situation on board 1, on board 2. They had a promising situation on board 3. We left off. Okay, Bogdanovsky did play the move I thought was best, queen c8. But here, okay, we looked at this line, but here instead of c5, he went for castling. I don't know why he didn't get rid of the knight, of that backward pawn. So rook c1, bishop d3, knight a4, bishop b5, knight c3. Okay, so white is likely inviting a repetition, bishop d3, knight a4, and that would be well, I mean, black is doing okay, that's certain. Okay, but from the match situation, maybe it's good to have a draw, because promising situations on board 1 and 2. But on the other hand, it's a promising situation on board 3, so why not play on? White also has more time, so another good situation for the Macedonian team. And on board 4, we had the Caro-Kann. So what we had here was, here after e6, rook e1, we left off. So knight d6 was played. Black covers the b5 square, queen d3, rook a8, and now g4. Okay, this is a bit strange, because I don't think white can create anything, and I don't think that covering the f5 square was that important, so I'm not sure why he played it. So b6, king g2, queen d7, rook e2, rook c8, queen a6. Okay, just some annoying move, queen b7, and now exchanging on b7 and h4. Okay, fine, white can open the h file, but then what? Yeah, rook d8, h5, knight d6, rook h1, knight e8, takes, and knight d1. So the knight finally comes to the best square on d3. And okay, just solid position for both sides. I think, okay, maybe some slight problem for black is that he can't oppose on the h file. Not that something is happening there, but still is a bit annoying. And because ideally he would like to do something like move the knight and then play bishop f6, king g7, and rook h8. But he can't really do that. So again, it seems like some sort of initiative for white, in the sense that white, I mean, in the sense that black has some coordination issues. I mean, his pieces look nice, but they're not really effective. They're not doing anything active. So some initiative here for white. So again, it looks like the match is going great for the Macedonian team. They have great situations on all four boards. So that's quite promising. And in the meantime, we had a result. Draw was agreed on board 4 in the game Stebings Yermolinsky. So let's go and check that one. What happened? Oh, in fact, after rook ac8, black offered the draw and white accepted. So okay, reasonable offer and reasonable acceptance. So we even said that this was rather equal. It doesn't change the dynamics in the match. It just everything stays as it is. So let's go back to S65. Check the derby on board 1. So let's start from board 1. What happened here? So after knight d3, Nan took on c3, queen c3, and then one went knight a4. So he didn't want to exchange the knights, and he didn't want to play b6. So he moved away with tempo and then took on e4 to open the f file. Like I said, this is normally okay for black because ideally white wants to have a piece on e4, but here not possible. And now he went bishop f6. The idea is to go bishop g5, exchange dark squared bishops, and then ideally also exchange knights, and then obtain access of the f4 square. But here white does the same, exchanging his bad bishop for black's good one, and black does the same, bishop g5. So here again, I can somehow, somehow maybe foresee some long-term queen d2. Okay, so bishops will be exchanged. Some long-term maybe problems for white, but this is very, very far-fetched. Just imagine everything being exchanged and then a rook coming to f4, and this e4 pawn can become a weakness, and the h5 pawn can become a weakness, and we are talking an endgame here. So, but this is very long-term, and probably won't happen, but it's a possibility. Yeah, so queen d2 was played. Now likely we will see an exchange on e3, an exchange maybe on h3, and then we see how it goes. So I would say this is sort of again around equal, but still dynamic. And time trouble may be an issue because it's move 22 and 18 moves left, and white has 28 minutes, black has 31. So not that much time. Okay, exchange on e3, this was what we expected. And now black can take on h3. Maybe there is time for b6 and knight c5 because the knight is quite good on d3. It sidelines this knight and controls the f4 square that black would like to occupy with the rook. But maybe knight b6 is also an option to attack c4. So still some dynamics in the position. Board 2. Okay, so we have had some quite development here. Okay, now it's not already locked in as it was. So what happened was after a4, black played king f8. He couldn't castle because c5 would have been a discovered check. So queen a3, king g7, and a5. Yeah, so white went for the a5 break. B takes a5, queen takes a5, bishop b7, and now he went to activate his bishop. So bishop d1, avoiding the exchange of queens, and putting the bishop on a4 and bishop c6. It's still very solid for black, and it still requires a lot of calculation to figure out whether c5 or b5 works at any point. So nothing has changed in terms of who's trying to win. It's white, but nothing has changed in terms of the fact that it requires calculation and some planning how to execute some of the any of the push. On the bright side for white, only 10 moves left and he has 22 minutes, so time trouble shouldn't be an issue, especially as white can maneuver and prepare and wait maybe until the time control to get more time if necessary. So let's see board 3. Okay, board 3, something happened here. So we had our a5, rook c8, queen a1, queen d7, queen b1 now, e5, and now e4. I'm not sure about this at all, to be honest, because this just kills off the advantage white had, which was the more flexible central structure. So after e5, I'm pretty sure I never would have played e4, but maybe he was worried about e4 himself. Because now after e4, just black has a solid knight, which covers his queen side and is attacking d3. So, and that knight can be supported. Let's say queen moves and knight fd7. Yeah. So in case white goes something like knight b3. So I don't like this transformation from white's point of view, but it's what we have. So I think black improved actually his chances with this fixing of the center. And on board 4, which was a problematic board for white, we have had some simplifications, and it appears that the fact that white got lightly out of it, yeah, is confirmed. This should be fine for white already, so black missed better opportunities early on. But as things stand now, the only advantage black has is not on the board but rather on the clock, because for 23 moves white has only 15 minutes left, whereas black has more than double, 36. So time travel may be an issue here for white. So to just sum up what's happening in the match, the King's Indian on board 1. Okay, so we already had some developments too. So after queen e3, none did play knight b6, attacking the pawn on c4, and now this b3. I'm not sure if it was forced. I was considering c5, but b3 I don't like it so much because a4 is just annoying now, and this introduces even more dynamism in the position, and not in white's favor, because his king is getting involved now in this dynamism, and you don't want dynamism around your own king. So this is getting sharper. Okay, chances for both sides. Board 2, Kostin is pressing. Board 3, I think Kalinchev could have played it better, and it's now round equal. And board 4 also round equal, but with time trouble issues for white. So some rather balanced match with everything being possible. So now go back to S50. Let's see what we have. Another quick roundup before we take a break. So Adams, we left off after queen e2, bishop f6, rook c1, queen e7, h4, rather vague, rook fd8, bishop h3, rook b8, bishop f5, g6, bishop b1. Okay, it's interesting maneuver by the bishop. I'm not sure it's better on b1 than on g2, and I'm not sure white needed h4 to make it. h5 now for white, stabilizing the situation on the king side. I guess the point is to cover the queen side, because that knight can appear on b4 at any point, and then the bishop is sort of controlling a2, controlling c2. So it's a defensive maneuver. But this doesn't look too solid at all for white, because there are also problems with that knight. Let's say a rook can come to b4, and maybe queen on e6, let's say, and that knight can become a target. So Adam continues to be pressing and with an advantage. Ems Hjartarson, okay, mass exchanges, opposite colored bishops, no weaknesses for black. I expect some sort of simplifications and a likely draw here. Okay, let's see what happened on board 3 when after e5 knight d5 I felt that white has an initiative. Now he went knight g5. I was sort of expecting knight e4, but maybe he didn't like it for some reason. Okay, knight g5 was played. That's also looks kind of promising. h6, knight e4. Okay, so he got the other knight on e4. So these are the ideas. Short castle. And now knight c5 and rook a7. So white won a pawn. Knight c6, rook a3. White won a pawn, has the bishop pair. Obviously a promising situation, except, okay, the pawn on e5 can be taken, but then knight d5 and bishop d5 will regain that pawn. But maybe black can start by taking on c3 first. Okay, maybe take on c3 and then take on e5. So maybe, I don't know, bc or rook c3, maybe rook c3, and then let's say rook c3, bc, and knight e5. So black probably can regain the pawn, but he will remain at a disadvantage in view of the bishops and the passed pawn. But this is far from hopeless, obviously. Yeah, it's he can defend. Yeah, he can certainly defend. So okay, fighting for a draw, but decent chances. And on board 4, Keith decided to take with the pawn. Knight c5 was played, queen b4, queen b6, queen a3, and knight e6. So we have a maneuvering game here. e7 is hanging, then b2 is hanging. There is this idea of knight f4, gf, and then maybe bishop h6 attacking that pawn. So things are obviously happening with a lot of piece play. Maybe white should just go back, get away from the attack, bishop e3. So again, I think it's kind of a sort of balanced position, but with a lot of piece play. So looking at the match situation with Adams having the advantage and on draw most likely result on board 2. Fleer is fighting for a draw, but decent chances, and board 4 it's around balanced. And the English team have good chances of winning the match. Let's see what happened with the Americans. So black took on c5, okay, dc, king g8, bishop h6, and now knight e5. I'm not sure, was this really necessary? What's wrong with rook e8? I don't see anything wrong with rook e8. Probably there was also a move like rook h4, yeah, forcing queen e3, and then just moving the rook, yeah. Or if you wanted to exchange sacrifice, maybe sacrifice like this, queen h6 and knight e5. Okay, one way or the other, he went knight e5, and now white's thinking what to do. Okay, this definitely kills off any hope for an attack that white may have, because it eliminates that pawn, and after white takes on f8, then black also won't suffer from any problems with the dark squares. And for example, after bishop f8, queen f8, the pawn on c5 is hanging. So it doesn't look like white can do something dynamic here, and if he doesn't, then he's just lost. Because the bishop is fantastic on e6, defending the pawn on b3, the rook will move, and then the a pawn will march. So there is a serious chance here that black may win this game. So the Americans are in trouble on board 1. On board 2, okay, the IQP transformed into a fixed center. How did that happen? We had this position, queen d3, knight d5 was played. Now knight e4, queen g6, okay, knight d5, cd, knight c5 and b6. I guess it's equalish. Nothing much going on. Okay, queens can be exchanged, knight drops back to d3. Okay, and then some exchanges on the open files. This should be okay. Heading for a draw, I would say. And that means that the only hope for the Americans not to lose the match lies on board 4, where they are already 2 pawns up and they do have a winning position. So white will win this. Sorry, this is board 3. Board 4 was already drawn. So the likely development here is that white wins, Novikov wins against Clark. Shabalov likely loses to Dishman and draws on board 4 and 2, leading to a 2-2 match. Let's check the Italy against Macedonia. Knight d8 was the move that we last saw. And here, anticipating bishop c6, David went for bishop b6 and bishop d8. So he got rid of the knight. Now bishop c6, intermediate move, defending that pawn on b7 and attacking the queen. Queen e3 and rook d8. So the queen remains defending that pawn. And now the bishops will likely be exchanged, and in this position with queens and rooks, black definitely has the better chances because of the better structure and the safer king. So for a technical player like Georgiev, this looks like well, like a pretty good position. Obviously white keeps drawing chances, but it is only black who can play for a win here. Let's see what happened in the Nedev Godena game. So okay, what happened was that what we predicted, black took on f5 and played c4. Okay, f4 played by white. The threat is to take and then take on h6 because the knight would be hanging. So queen c8, seeking the exchange of queens. F takes e5, take on f5, rook f5, d5. Now bishop b6 because the immediate rook e5 is met by this double attack. So bishop b6 and now knight b7. But now just okay, now there is another double attack, but it may be possible. Rook e5, knight d7, rook e7. But then knight b6, rook takes on b7, knight takes on a4. Just a pretty jumpy knight. So Nedev is thinking, because he can also take on c4, he can take on b5. A lot of things to calculate. Which, okay, having these options obviously means that white has the initiative. And he also has the initiative on the clock. 39 minutes against only 3.5 for Godena for 20 moves. It may be scary for the rest of us, but trust me, not for Godena. He's seen worse. But anyway, again, only white can play for a win here. Let's say board 3. Bogdanovsky. Okay, they have been repeating. Oops, what is this? No, sorry. So knight f4, bishop, knight c3, bishop a6, knight a4. So you know how it is. The more the player thinks about whether to accept a draw or not, the more likely he is to accept a draw. As the time he invests, he probably would have played the move if he wanted to continue, but as it is, again, it's a good position for black. He can continue the game, but it won't be anything wrong if he accepts a draw in view of the pleasant positions on the other boards. And board 4, what we had here is 91. Knight f6 was played, attacking g4, f3, defending, knight d7. Okay, the knight on d7 covers d5 square, otherwise it's not such a great piece. Knight d3, rook e8. I don't know why he needs rook e8, because e5, is e5 really an option here? Not sure. Rook h1, maybe it was because white is preventing it. Bishop f6, and finally on move 30 white comes up with the maneuver I mentioned very early in the game, as soon as a5 was played, and that is the maneuver knight b1, intending knight a3, knight b5, but black is vigilant and goes bishop e7, preventing the maneuver. So the maneuvering game continues. In this game, it's, I would say, some like it's a balanced, equalish position. So that means that, okay, boards 3 and 4, some initiative for the Macedonian players, but around equal, whereas good chances on both boards 1 and 2, even though they are not winning, but good chances to press for more. So okay, we finished the roundup, more than one of the top matches in both sections, so we will take another break, and I hope that after the break we will also have some guests in the studio. So stay around and we'll be back soon. Right. Hello and welcome back to the live commentary of the fourth round of the World Senior Team Championship. We have a guest in the studio, Grandmaster Kirill Georgiev, representing North Macedonia Colovic. He won again. Today he beat Alberto David of Italy. And we were following this game, and Kirill will take us over the game. You remember I was really very impressed by this plan that he found out with f5 and then later on knight d8, but we will get there. So in the opening, the first interesting moment was the move a3. As I mentioned, I checked the database and there weren't really any games or very few games with a3. And in the meantime, I checked and the computer suggests taking on c3, but I don't think there is anything wrong in bishop a5. So after that, there was normal theory more or less. Now queen c7 and now queen f3. And this is the first critical moment, yes?
Yes, white have very unpleasant pressure on pawn on b7.
Yes.
And I have some problems with development. First I calculate knight c6.
No natural move.
Bishop f4.
Yes.
e5.
Yes.
Knight d5.
Mm-hmm.
Queen d6
Okay.
or queen d8. Probably bishop g3. And now I don't like this position because next move rook a d1, and still I had problems with bishop on c8.
Yes.
And I must find some other move.
Okay.
And then I return to position after queen f3.
Okay, here.
And I think long time, and I play f5. I think this is only move for counterplay.
Yes, very strong because you need some counterplay. Otherwise, white just builds up.
Yes.
and you are very passive.
First of all, I take square e4 under control because
Yes.
in many variations, knight can jump on
Yes.
e4. And then in d6 in some case.
Okay.
Also, I must play against white king.
Okay.
And white only weakness is pawn on g4.
Mm-hmm.
And
So it's like a hook. You are hooking on
Yes.
and you're attacking it. Yes.
and I don't see what is worse with this move. Also, I can win sometimes after, for example, gf5, rook f5.
Okay, as he played.
And then I saw that I can play knight c6. Square d5 is under control.
Yes.
Okay, I have small weakness, pawn on e6, but he cannot use this.
Exactly.
Also, I'm not sure if gf5 he must play.
And if he doesn't play, what do you do? Do you take? Maybe you push?
First I calculate that bishop f4 is not working.
Okay, because
I can took fg4.
Okay, okay.
Bishop c7.
Yes.
gf3.
Okay, and then you have attack on
bishop a5.
Yes, and take on.
Okay, maybe equal endgame. King
yes, but
g2.
no problems, yeah.
Knight c6 and then e5, bishop e6.
Yes, this is no problem.
And good position for black.
Okay, sorry. So, and if he did not take, for example, what if he plays something like, I don't know. Okay, let's just say bishop e3, okay?
Bishop e3.
Do you push? Do you take? You take on c3? What do you do? Great.
If I play f4, f4, bishop d2.
Okay. And now maybe knight c6.
Knight c6. Also,
yeah, looks good. Yes.
Good position because bishop in d2 is
not very
little bit passive, and in some case I can jump knight e5 or knight d4 with f3 threat. Also, after b4, bishop b6, bishop will be good located in this diagonal a7 g1. And
Okay, so this
yeah,
is
maybe
good.
GF5 more or less
forced, yeah.
is forced, yeah.
Okay, two.
Okay,
Queen
Rook
E4.
F5. I was thinking maybe maybe Queen G3 if he want to play for equal endgame.
But
And I
just
was
knight
thinking
C6.
if I want to play endgame, maybe I can took on G3.
Okay, the exchange over.
He must take Bishop B6 check first.
Yes.
King H2.
Yes.
Rook F1,
Okay,
maybe.
and E5 and knight C6.
And now
E5.
Knight C6 or Bishop D7.
Yeah, this is no problem. No
Yes,
problem
I think this is at least equal.
Yeah, okay, 95, but still, yeah.
Yeah, maybe nothing special, probably,
it's fine. Yeah,
about equal.
Yeah.
But probably I have some other ideas. Maybe I can save queens also. Probably Queen F7, I was thinking. And then try to play Bishop C7.
Bishop C7, yeah.
Bishop C7, now Knight E6.
Queen F8.
Queen F8.
Yeah.
He must play Rook D1, but still this is
Looks
unpleasant.
unpleasant, yeah.
Yeah, Knight C6 maybe I can play, and then Rook F6.
Yeah, this is good
Rook
for black.
G6 looks nice.
Yes.
Still, White King is not safe. On G1.
So he went Queen E4, yeah.
Queen E4.
And now, is this the moment where when you came up with the plan Knight C6, Bishop D7, Knight D8?
No.
I came later.
Later.
Okay.
Yes. First, I want to make bet pawns
structure,
in
yes.
queen side.
Okay.
And now Knight C6.
Okay. What's the problem with taking? You didn't want to just allow.
I don't want to open this diagonal. Probably Rook B1.
And then Bishop B2, yeah.
Maybe Rook B3, Bishop B2, Rook G3.
Okay.
I even doesn't calculate this
Okay.
because I saw that I am fine without taking.
Okay.
Knight C6.
Rook B1.
Rook
Bishop B7.
Yes.
Bishop E3. Okay, Rook F8 normal move.
Rook F8 is also fine move.
Okay.
And now I was thinking that in some case I can play Knight A5 and then try probably Rook F6, Bishop C6. Also, I have maybe B5 also, and then Knight E7.
Okay, and Bishop C6.
But in finally I find that Knight D8 is very good.
Yes, it's a fantastic move because it just covers both your weaknesses and you threaten Bishop C6 to exchange the defender of the king.
Yes, very good coordination after this.
Very consolidating move, very compact, very good.
Yes, and now it's easy to play for black because no weakness practically.
Yes.
And he spent maybe more than 20 minutes. I think only chance is to sacrifice Rook B7.
Okay.
He must take Queen B7. I saw Rook C8.
Okay.
Rook C8. And now
takes on A6.
I calculate also Rook D1.
Here, Rook D1.
Yes, and now it's interesting. Bishop C6. Bishop takes C6.
Okay,
Queen C6.
Check.
Rook D8.
Okay.
First I think that I'm lost, but then I find Rook F8.
And take with
and still exchange up for black and winning position.
Yes. Nice one,
yeah. Fine.
So you think that after Bishop B6 you're just better, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
Because now next move is Bishop C6.
Yes, Queen C8, he takes, and Bishop C6 is very important intermediate move, yeah?
Yes.
So he goes back,
and now White King is very bad, I think.
Yes, bishops have to be exchanged.
Also, all white pawns is not so good.
Yeah, isolated and weak, yeah.
Yeah, but only chance was for his to play rook ending.
How does he do
Not
that?
so pleasant, but After rook b6, queen c4.
Rook b6, queen c4. I now take with check.
Yeah, he must take
yes,
queen
yes,
e6.
Yes. Yeah, of course. I mean, rook endgame has better chances because the king
Yes.
safety is not so important.
And now I planned to play rook d2.
Okay.
Rook d2 with idea rook b6, rook f7. Yes. And I still press on f2 and he cannot activate
the rook on f1
without lose the pawn on f2.
Yeah, likely he will lose a pawn here and it will be difficult.
Yes.
Yeah,
After c4, maybe I have choice, maybe
rook c2.
Maybe rook c2, yes, I was thinking rook c2.
Yeah.
And then I can play slowly
rook
h6 maybe. And somehow attack.
Yeah, this was very pleasant,
spawns.
so...
Probably lost, but you know, rook endgames.
Yeah, rook endgames, you never know, yeah. You never know, yeah. Because, practically just leaving the queens on board makes his king always in danger.
Yes.
Yeah, so rook f8, rook e5 he wanted to exchange, and now after rook f3, okay, he's losing material, yes.
Probably queen e2 is only move
queen e2, but now you can
defend.
You can keep the queens probably.
Yes, I was thinking to
queen
keep
h4,
queens.
queen
Yes.
f7, wherever you put it. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
You want c3.
Queen h4 is okay. Yes.
Queen h4 is okay. Yeah.
Yes, and then rook h3 or queen h3.
Yeah, this is very bad.
This is.
And in fact, he blundered in one move. Let's just show this. That's how the game ended. Queen e4.
Yes.
And rook g3.
Yeah, he blundered rook g3.
And the problem is that white gets mated. Yeah. Well, congratulations, Kirill.
Okay.
This was a fantastic win.
Thank you.
And yeah, well, you helped the team again. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I hope to see you again. Yeah.
Yes. Why not?
Why not? Yeah. Don't forget your jacket. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks. Okay, great win by Kirill. Another nice technical, impressive plans. F5 and then knight d8, bishop c6. This is like real high-class strategy. And we have another guest. Hello, Michael. Please. Hello, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we were following your game, and seemed like it was an opening gone pretty well for you, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was happy when I got c5 because, often black is playing c6 and c5 later.
I was going to ask you something. Okay, you play the Queen's Indian, and it's not very popular nowadays. Okay, I mean, it's nothing wrong with the opening, just fashion. But I was going to ask you one thing which, personally, I don't know why it happens, because I remember in the 80s, 90s, everybody was playing c6 and d5, right?
Yeah, that was.
So what happened with this line? Why is it not played anymore?
Well, it's quite a difficult line for black in general. I mean, I don't think it's bad, but it's not so easy to play. So, and also people just play quite differently now. Not many people play the Queen's Indian anyway, so
that's true.
It's just not a popular choice.
Because you could have transposed, for example, bishop c3 and now c6.
Yeah, no, this is. I mean, probably bishop c3 is not the most strange actually, because I had a couple of games quite recently with bishop c3 also.
Oh, really?
Which I don't.
Normally people take, right?
Yeah, takes or castle,
CD,
knight d5. I think. Yeah. I mean, there are lots of moves, but.
And I always felt that these positions are somewhat kind of slightly better for white when you play c5, and they're playable obviously from both sides.
It's just a position to start with. Yeah, it's I mean, of course, white can press a bit here.
Wasn't it that Karyakin was playing this a lot, and then he played it in the candidates in 2000 before he won 15 or 16, when was it? And then after that he stopped playing the Queen's Indian altogether, and because he was getting into some sort of trouble in these positions after c5. He was fighting and so on, but he was and then he stopped playing it. And I have a feeling that ever since then it's not that popular anymore.
No, but okay, I think it's normal history of Queen's Indian. No? You play it for a while, and then you have some bad experiences, and you take up something else. I think it happened to me, but now I'm so old, I kind of went through all the openings,
old, no?
So I just start again with all the ones I gave up many years ago.
So that's a surprise then for them, yeah? It's okay, maybe, bishop c3, probably he prepared something, I guess.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure that everyone is preparing too hard here. But okay, I mean, I think it was a very normal... Okay, it was quite an interesting game.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. But c5 already,
see what happens.
This is quite...
Yeah, because I think what he did is quite critical. I mean, probably he has to try and give me these hanging pawns, but it's not so clear.
But it looked comfortable.
Well, I mean, d4, if I go knight c6, there I was thinking, well, then white can go knight e5, and I think it's already quite important just to swap some pieces, and I thought then he would...
white?
Then probably he would get rook e1, e3, and white's very solid. I mean, d4 is very ambitious. I don't know if it was good, but, I played quite ambitiously.
So no problems on the diagonal.
I think I'm always picking up too many pieces.
For example?
Well, how do you go?
I mean,
problem is knight e5. I take and I attack another knight.
Can't you go knight d5?
No, I can just go dc3 now because I attack a knight and
okay,
you didn't even take anything yet. So
and then if knight c4.
Knight c4. I can probably go knight bd7 or take on c4 also. Take on c4, and if bc4, maybe queen c7. Knight c4, knight bd7. I don't think it's... no, bishop b2 is normal.
Yes.
Knight c6 is my idea.
Rook e1.
There's lots of possible moves. Of course, rook e1 looks quite logical. Well, he wanted to play e3. I don't know if rook c8 was best. It seemed quite nice to get off the diagonal, but maybe rook e8 was more critical.
Yeah, rook c8 was natural.
I mean, I was thinking more about him maybe playing something like rook c1, a kind of slower move. But
you also do rook e8.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, knight c4 is very direct because actually now e3 is becoming a threat. I mean, I don't think I really want to take on c4. I think I can never be better there. I think, and maybe
so you're already could also be some better here.
Be some danger. Well, okay, I think there is just no upside to take on c4 because this knight d5 to c3 I thought was it's
ambitious.
It's very ambitious, but on the other hand, I thought perhaps I have to play like this. I don't know.
But this looked kind of very incisive, very kind of because you can support that pawn.
I mean, it's funny feature of this line. If he makes a move like rook c1, because I also had some similar ideas. I can sometimes go knight cb4. I don't know if I can do it directly here. And if a3, then I have this funny thing that knight a2.
Oh yeah, and then
the knight can come to and it's quite annoying this knight b4 move after rook c1 for white. Sometimes it's not. So possibly this was why he played e3 directly. So, I mean, knight c3, I think, well, I can play bishop c4 first, of course, but I don't know what the difference is.
Normally, people keep tension.
Hard to know. I thought maybe it was better to try and keep the option. I don't know. So knight c3, well, he doesn't have to take, but maybe it's... well, okay, it looks normal to take. I don't know that he has to. Queen d2, probably I can go bishop f6, I think.
And the same, just to... Now it's even worse for him to take.
Looks quite nice, yeah.
But
I wondered whether after takes, whether he maybe has some knight e5 somewhere, maybe here or maybe even here perhaps. I was starting to wonder about this. It's tricky.
So you take probably?
Maybe I take.
Take bishop f6. No, knight
bishop f6 here is knight d7 or knight g4 also. But queen c7 I was thinking. And then I was thinking perhaps... Well, initially I thought queen d5. Yeah, I was thinking this was good, but then I thought perhaps he can go queen d5. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe it's
rook d8.
Rook d8 maybe, and then queen e4. I was thinking about this because f5 he can go queen a4. I don't win a piece. So I don't know. I thought maybe it's... I don't know. I was thinking a bit about it because somehow queen e2 I don't think is the right move. It just looks...
I agree.
Looks passive. After this, black must be comfortable.
I agree. So
somehow I think he has to try and challenge me a bit more.
So your feeling is that he had to play more actively because otherwise you just consolidate around that pawn and...
I mean, if the pawn just stays on c... Because queen e2 also is pinned, which somehow just doesn't feel completely correct.
So do you think this was the turning moment when you kind of start to...
Yeah, I felt I was a bit better after bishop f6 now because I don't really see how... I mean, rook c1 he did. I mean, okay... Because the next three moves are very normal. Queen e7, h4.
Okay, this I was really curious because he's making this maneuver.
Yeah, no, this was strange. Rook fd8. Because, okay, this was actually...
But even h4.
No, h4 is a good move in my opinion. Because he gives himself the idea to go knight g5. And also the idea to go knight h2 to g4. Because he has very few possibilities for his pieces.
Okay.
So I think h4 was good. And rook fd8. And now I was wondering about to play knight g5 here. I was thinking this was an interesting move.
And if you just drop off?
Well, if I take the, but then,
then
C3 is hanging.
Right.
I mean, I can play, for instance, a move like Rook D2, but then, okay, he has some possibilities like Queen H5 or Queen G4 also is possible. And if H6, then Knight is coming back to E4. He can't take on D2 because he's pinned. But
yes.
And I thought this was what he should do. I thought actually after Knight G5, I wasn't sure if he was doing so badly.
Okay.
Because, okay, somehow this Bishop H3, then he loses a lot of time, and I get to play this useful move G6. And
so maybe this was the...
I don't know, I mean, I can play other moves, like, for instance, Knight E5 I was thinking about here. Well, he can take on C3 for one thing, if the exchange is not... I go Knight F3, or maybe Knight takes C4. I mean, it's kind of thing White could
just
do,
playing on solidity
maybe to try and give the exchange. In fact, maybe that's a reasonable idea, Knight E5. But Knight E5, maybe Knight E5 is a good move for me. But he still maybe has some possibilities there. I just thought this was a better way to play. Because Bishop H3 just looks not... It feels just...
Looks out of place.
Looks not right, yeah, because I didn't even really understand the idea at first, and then I realised he wanted to put Bishop on B1, but it's quite passive. But still, maybe it was not so bad, because Rook B8, Bishop F5, G6, Bishop B1, H5.
We played H5 to stabilize.
Well, okay, maybe that wasn't good, but I wasn't sure what he was going to play. I was thinking that he was still maybe trying to go this Knight G5, and I thought, I was thinking that, Knight G5, Rook D2, Queen G4 kind of ideas, and I thought maybe just take this square. And also I thought maybe he would play H5 himself if I don't do anything, and it's a bit annoying. I just wasn't sure but it probably wasn't so accurate actually, because Rook D1, Queen E6, so now actually he should play Rook D8.
He should take, yeah?
Yeah, Rook D8, Rook D8, Rook D1. Because actually if I take on C4,
yeah.
Take, because he has Queen D6 at the end. And I mean, I can play this some way, but
go back, or...
I could go back, or maybe I can go King G7 and C2 or something and try. But I don't think it's so much. I mean, it's definitely a reasonable way for White to play, and it's easy for him to play like this. Then he makes some clear decisions, and then his bishop on B1 makes sense because the bishop stops the pawn, and he tries to change. He tries to change all the other pieces, and actually now I just need the king on G7. So maybe King G7 was better than H5. I don't know,
but
it's impossible to know all these kind of details during the game. Yeah, it's
so deep. Yeah.
So.
This was his best chance.
This I thought, because Bishop D3, I think he was really losing the plot a bit there. I mean, I can do lots of things. I don't have to take. I was thinking again about maybe this Rook takes D8. I can show you one very silly line. Rook D8, Rook D1. I'll just show you one very stupid line I saw, which is completely irrelevant. Rook D1, Queen D1. I was thinking about Queen G4, King G2, and now I was thinking about Bishop B7. Which is not a particularly great move, probably because of Knight D6. But I was looking at a funny line instead, Queen D6. And now maybe... now I think Black has some rather beautiful way to finish. Yeah, take, King takes, Knight D4, King F4, and Knight D2.
This is great. This is great. Yeah, this is...
this is what I really have to offer. I don't think silly lines
but this
like
probably made you feel better during the game, right?
Well, I was sort of happy, and then I realised Bishop B7 wasn't even a very good move, so I was a bit sad. But,
But then you were disappointed he didn't take on D8.
Well, not really, because I'm not sure. I don't think I can really play this line anyway, because Knight D6 and Bishop E4, actually, I don't think it works. I don't think it works at all for Black, because Bishop A8, Bishop E4, and... I'm not sure that it is.
Yes, he's controlling the diagonal now.
Well, maybe I can go back Queen D7. But I mean, I don't know. I don't think it exactly works. It was just a silly. It was just a silly
type of lines
during
a game. You sometimes see this.
But anyway, he has to do this, I think, because Bishop D3. I mean, Knight B4. I was actually wondering if he was going to try and play maybe E4 here. In fact, that would make more sense. In fact, but. It somehow looks a bit suspicious to leave me both bishops, and at some stage I can go Bishop D4. But But anyway, I think what he did is losing immediately because bishop b1. Because
Because
actually, this queen g4 can be a very strong pin for me sometimes because the knight just can't move anywhere. And I also threaten bishop takes h4, and there are really lots of different threats. I'm also threatening rook d1 and c2 also immediately. So I don't know. I mean, obviously, what he did lost immediately, but
c2 and just
because bishop c2, knight a2, and bishop g6. I can just take on c, or bishop f5. I take on c1 and attack the queen. So it just wins. Yeah, I mean, he could try and play on with. He could play rook takes c2, I guess, and continue a bit. But he just decided to resign.
So he resigned.
Yeah, rook b2 and rook. Then he probably goes. I don't know, king g2 or rook c1, or something. I mean, it's not. But he can maybe try e4, e5. It's not. He could play on a little bit, but he probably had enough of the game. And have the extra exchange for no pawns. It should be fairly easy winning.
So so you basically, I would say, bishop d3 was the mistake, the final mistake. Bishop d3.
Yeah, I mean, I think he just
collapsed.
I just don't think he found. Once we got to this position with the pawn on c3, I don't think he really found. Got to grips with the position, found a plan, because he seemed to be moving around a lot, but didn't really, just didn't kind of take.
So, may I ask you something? I mean, many people have said this, that you've played at elite level for decades, and people say that the main difference, or one of the main differences, is the level of resistance. So, for example, if we take this game, from what people say, I wouldn't think that Karpov or you or somebody else would collapse, even though the position is not that pleasant, and would play bishop d3 and not find some ways to better resist.
Well, I think we all have bad days, particularly for senior players. I think this is a particular problem, that in the best games are not so far off their best, but the bad games tend to be much worse. I think this is a bit of a problem as you get older.
With age?
Generally, I think for players is my feeling. I think for me maybe it's certainly the case, and I think for some of the other players here, and I think today he just didn't. He just didn't have a good day, and happens a bit during some of the games.
And in your opinion, why is this drop in the level of resistance happening with age?
I think it's just. It's harder to recover your energy, I think, is the problem. I think you can have energy, but it's harder to recover after a long game or a bad night's sleep. I think you just have a bit less energy, and then normally to resist you need energy. This is the most important thing. And that's why younger players, now they see all the top guys do it, and they normally find the energy to put up good resistance. And most of the time, I think also in this event, people do, but just sometimes someone has a bad day and they collapse a little bit. Because I think my two previous games, people were resisting. Quite interesting games, but they were fighting. They were long fights until after the time control. It was not so straightforward. It was actually the only game I won. In some before time control.
Michael, thanks a lot. Well, congratulations. Time for dinner, probably. I hope you won't mind if we invite you again, because I invite people only after winning games. So I think that's probably.
Will be nice if I can win another game.
Exactly. Okay. Thanks
All right. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, and good luck for the remainder of the tournament.
Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, legendary player Michael Adams. Very insightful analysis, at least for me. And I think what he said at the end was really, something that, it was kind of eye-opening to me, that what he said, to resist, you need energy. And that he sees this, for example, players as they age, why they resist less, it's about energy. And you need energy also to calculate, and you need good calculation to resist. So it's about energy. So I'm so happy we had Michael here, and I hope to have him again on as our guest. So let's see what happens in the match. So Adams won on board 1. Board 2, Ems against Hjartarson was drawn. So nothing really happened there. We saw these exchanges. Okay, massive exchanges and just repetition and the draw. On board 4, Keith Arkel drew also. We saw this position after d5 and knight e6. He played bishop e3. c5 was played. Rook ac1, rook c8, knight d2, trying to get the knight to c4. Bishop e5, knight c4, queen c7 takes, and here draw was agreed. White will regain the pawn. He can take on b7, can take on a7, yeah, but probably well, just massive simplifications. For example, let's say bishop b7, rook b8, bishop drops back, rook b2, yeah, and if let's say queen a7, then knight d4, and the knight is not weaker than any of the bishops, so the advantage of the bishop pair doesn't matter much. So the threat is knight e2. So it was just a draw was agreed. So the match hangs now on what happens on board 3. And here, well, wow, this already looks winning for white. So maybe the game just finished and the match was drawn. So didn't look that bad for black. So we saw something up to here, I think. So what actually was knight c3, bc, knight e5. So I said, yeah, black is kind of under pressure because of the bishops and the passed e-pawn, but he has some control over in the center. So what happened here? Bishop f4, f6, rook a1, rook b8, h3. Okay, and now rook c4, rook a7, and now queen c8. Okay, maybe this black maybe should have taken on d4, taken on c7, and now move the rook somewhere. Just I don't know, rook a4, rook d6, rook d2. I have no idea where the rook should go. But maybe rook a4, I don't know, just to more exchanges the better for black, because what happened is that queen c8 just leaves control of the d6 square. Now this looks, the threat is bishop e5 to win the bishop, and if bishop e8 takes and mate comes. Okay, so win for Pettersson against Fleer, and a 2-2 finish in the match on board 1 between Iceland and England. So let's see what the Americans are doing. What happened was, as we predicted, draws on boards 2 and 4. Novikov won on board 3, and Shabalov was what? He won? Wow. Well, he was losing, but now he won. So let's see what happened here. So actually fantastic win for Americans, because they were losing, but what I saw in the playing hall was actually a typical Shaba thing. He completely confused his opponent with his, as I said, typical sacrificial active style. So knight e5, black sacrificed an exchange, f4, knight e6, queen c3. So you see what he's doing. This is a very practical decision. Objectively it shouldn't suffice, but white understands that his only task, the only way to survive is to keep the initiative going. So he's not taking the exchange on f8, at least not just yet. And he's threatening mate, so he's trying to muddy the waters as much as possible. And don't forget, black was in time trouble. So f6, stopping mate, f5 now. Look at this, mudding the waters to the maximum. Like I said, shouldn't suffice, but in a practical game, anything goes. Rook g4, stopping some queen g3 stuff. Rook d2, covering g2. G takes f5, bishop takes f5. Mudding the waters to the maximum. This is just fantastic. This is how you should play in practice. And now it's just a mess. So e takes f5, bishop f8, king f8, and now rook f5. And now everything just such a mess that it doesn't really matter what the objective evaluation is. Black played knight e7, but blundered queen f6. And that's it. Wow, amazing. Okay, probably other moves were here, but I mean, to figure out what should be played is really difficult. Really difficult. I mean, here you need calculation, maybe, I don't know, rook g2 and knight d4 or something. I have no idea what's going on. But what happened is that, you see, you put a lot of pressure on your opponent, especially when they're in time trouble, and they can easily blunder, and this is what happened. So knight d7, queen f6, and it's game over. King g8, knight d5, and that's it. White wins. Yeah, knight d5 is not possible because the queen is lost. Yeah. So queen d5, rook d5, queen e6. This is the problem, winning the rook. King f8 here, check, and that's it. Now probably just wins the knight with check, and or just simply queen b1 and pick up the pawn. Wow, amazing turnaround for USA. They were going to draw the match, but instead they won, and now they are leading the tournament. So let's see what happened in the team of Macedonia. Nedev, wow, massive problems here. So he was pressing, he was just having a great initiative, but then he misplayed it. So we saw up to here. So I mentioned that rook e5, knight d7 is the issue. So he went bishop c7, knight d7, a5. Okay, it's a5. Why a5? He wants to maybe secure b6 for the bishop. Okay, noting that, okay, taking the pawn is not so good because of g6, and bishop is lost. So a5, rook c8, bishop b6, knight d6, and now just white's pieces are being pushed back. Yeah, knight b6, a b6, rook b8, and just all of a sudden white seems lost. He's losing a pawn, his bishop is out of play, and it's just done. Wow, amazing turnaround here as well. It looks so promising for white. He had a massive time advantage on the clock, position with an initiative, but he just misplayed it. And okay, like I said, Godena is very tough and very solid player, and can play and still plays very well in time trouble, and should never be underestimated. So dc4, bc4, rook b1, rook c6, rook d1, knight e4. Okay, just collecting everything. Knight c3, f6, b7, take. Okay, this is like what, 3 pawns up for black, so a win for Italy. Well, what looked like a really winning match for Macedonia now will likely be a drawn match. Some development here. Bogdanovsky decided not to accept a draw by repetition and continued the game. It was somewhere here when they were repeating. Okay, so he continued with knight b6 instead of repeating. a4, a5 was played. Knight goes back to d7, knight a4. The idea is to cover the c5 square, yeah. So bishop b5 again, knight b3. Now white's not repeating, so he's going for the c5 square. f6, knight c5, exchanges on c5, king f7, defending e6, knight b7, rook e8, bishop d6, a6, rook c3. So what white is doing is he's exchanging the bishops, and then he will have a superior knight, because the knight can jump around the dark squares, whereas black's light squared bishop is, yes, it's useful in defending the pawns, but it's pretty, I mean, it's more like a pawn than a bishop, because it can't really go anywhere. But still, black has a solid position, so I don't think he's risking much. So rook g8, rook ac1, rook a8, takes on e7, knight goes back to c5. So we have this position where both are solid, and black is the one to make a pawn break. e5, king h2, king d6. Oh, king d6. Was that a blunder? King d6, knight a6. Okay, this is definitely a blunder. So g3 check, takes. Okay, so 2 pawns down for black, and what is likely a lost position. Let's say rook a8, likely knight b4, and then c6 is falling. Whoa, what a massive turnaround in fortunes in the match. what looked like a winning match now is going to be a lost match for Team Alkaloid. Wow, that's really unfortunate, but good luck for the Italians then. Yeah, what to say. So it's likely that, okay, I can look at the stream and everything, all the matches have finished. So that means that likely Ortega won, Godena won, and Italy wins the match 2.5, 1.5. Well, really unfortunate, but in a way, I mean, perhaps they can blame themselves for not taking that one chance that fortune gave them yesterday in the match against USA, when Stanowski could have won a lost game against Yermolinsky with that shot rook f3. But and now they lose again a winning match. So, well, really tough situation for them. So let's see if they've fixed the results. Okay, not yet. So okay, so there has been some development here. So after knight a6, so black took bishop a6, rook c6 check, rook a6, rook b3, rook a7, king e6. Okay, maybe, okay, the game is finished, but in view of the 15-minute delay, we still see some moves. So rook a6 check now. Okay, time control passed, and players are getting 15 more minutes, and this is winning for white. But okay, we still need to see the final moves. In the meantime, I'll just see what happens in the S65 and what happened in the match on board 1. So the game between Nan and Knack was drawn. Okay, let me see now where we left off. It was that move a4. Oh, really? So draw was agreed here. Wow. I was expecting the game to finish with some sharp stuff, but in fact, a timely draw offer ended the game. Well, it was balanced objectively speaking, but still, it's not like they could not have played on. But okay, board 2. Okay, something. Oh wow, something big happened here. For some reason, white managed to win a lot of pawns. So we left off somewhere around here. So a5 was played, queen a3 we said, rook a8, bishop a4, bishop c6. We left off here. So the bishops were exchanged, rook a1, rook c8, preventing b5, so rook c2, queen c7, rook a2, queen b7, queen b3, and now a5 by black. Was black losing patience here? Pretty sure he could have just waited. Maybe just go knight c5 and harass the queen, force it to go back, and then go back with the knight. But he tried something abrupt, a5, sacrificing a pawn, then rook a8. Okay, queen a3 takes. So I really don't understand what happened here, just giving up a pawn like that. King f7. And this really, should have been... This really should be some kind of really something easier. I mean, white can just keep the queen on the a file, bring the king somewhere to the queen side, and just win by pushing the pawns. But queen d8, queen a7 now lets the queen in. So king f2, knight f8, giving up another pawn but getting the queen in. b5, queen d1. So at least the players have got out of the time control, but it's annoying to have that queen on d1, but does really black have something here? Something crucial. Maybe just queen b4 defends the bishop and then pawns can march, because where can the queen... Okay, queen h1 will likely happen at some point. I don't know why black didn't play it immediately. So queen h1, and then at least start giving some checks. But maybe the king will just run away. Okay, bishop moves and something like run away, and then the pawn should promote. And maybe the same thing happens now. Let's say queen d1. Some queen b4, bishop b4. still some calculation needs to be done, yeah, but should probably be winning for white, which would be great news for England. Board 3, a lot of things have happened and white has ended up a pawn up, and this looks winning for white. So somehow black, well, misplayed that position, which I think it was an improved one from after the opening. So this is likely that white will win this. The problem is that whenever there is 2 extra pawns on one wing and the rook is controlling the pawn from behind, it's always winning. The presence of knights only makes it, I think, even better for white, because the knight is coming to f6, and then there are also problems with the king. So that's kind of, and the last board, okay, white should be happy to draw this. Okay, he got out of trouble, and this should be a drawn position. So with exchanging wins on boards 2 and 3 will likely mean that the match will end in a draw. So yeah, exciting match ending in 2-2. So going back to the S50, what happened in the Ortega-Bogdanovsky game. So check on a6, king f5, rook f1. Okay, this already, it's a bit too much, because white is probably collecting all the pawns. Okay, f6 will fold, and rook f5, rook d5, everything is falling. So likely that, yeah, this will be it. So let's see. I still don't have the results here for some reason, even though the positions are clear what happened, but we still don't have the results officially on the stream. So well, let's see how the standings are then in this case. So in the S50 section, I'll just look at the ranking after round 3 and see what happened. So after round 3 we had Iceland and England leading with 100% score, but with their match drawn. That means that now they have 7 points. USA won, that means they also have 7. And Italy won, they have 6, whereas Macedonia and Colovic are left on 5. And that is the status, these are the standings in the S50 section, whereas in the other S65 the top match was drawn, and that means that both teams, Germany and England, continue leading with 7 points, and possibly Germany, Israel may catch them if they win their matches. So just checking the comments. Yeah, it was great to see Adams, the spider. Yeah, a great player, and really insightful commentary. I agree. Yeah, you're welcome for the commentary. Yeah, I mean, I hope you enjoyed it. And yeah, we'll soon wrap up, and yeah, as usual, I'll see you tomorrow, but I'm just waiting for the maybe just final confirmation, but that one is coming really slowly, so I don't think we will have any surprises here. So with all the matches, okay, actually the most interesting is if Kosten finds here the way how to control the counterplay. So he queen d5 check. Okay, the king will move, but and then let's see what happens. Because if Kosten doesn't win, then they lose the match. So okay, that may not be that simple. And then Kalinchev, Baker, h4, knight g4 have been played. Knight f6 is coming, and then the pawns will advance. But okay, some play still left, so okay, we can stick around for a bit here, checking these games. So queen d5 check. Black will move the king. Just he's thinking where to move the king. Let's see. Where does the king go? G7 looks safe. Not simple actually, not simple at all. So let's just make some moves. Okay, let's say king g7, and if now bishop, let's say b4, there is this check and the king is not running away. So, and if bishop e1, again check, king f1, and then queen h2, I guess. This is getting tricky for white. Navigate. Maybe queen d5 was not best. Maybe that putting something on b4 was the main idea, because to have it protected. Okay, we'll see. And on board 3, knight g4, black is thinking, but okay, they'll have a lot of time, so this will take some time. Okay, quick view. The other section, if we have some official results, we don't. Who knows when they will come up. But let me see if there are already in chess results, if they have put the scores there. No, they haven't. No, they haven't. Okay. We can't just wait. So let's, okay, here everything is clear. Okay, the results are clear of the game, so no need to keep coming back. And so we check these two games, but they will take some time, I think, because players have passed the time control and they have time to think. So oh, okay, we have a development. So king g7, bishop g5. So the idea is to collect all the pawns. If fg, queen e5 check, the king moves, and queen d4. And this is such a wonderful phalanx. Alexander the Great would have been proud. But can actually white avoid a perpetual? Let's see here. Check, queen f2, and then queen d3. Still 4 pawns for a piece, but they are kind of under attack, and the main problem is that the king is weak, and there are all sorts of checks. Okay, so still some calculation will have to be done with a lot of checks and threats. But kind of the feeling is that white missed it. Okay, let's see the other board. Okay, knight g4, a4. So the knight went to e5 instead, not on f6 to attack the pawn on g6. Knight f8 to defend the pawn. But this is already very passive for black, but okay, can't do much. And now just some g4, king g3, f4, just move forward up the board. The pawn is not going anywhere, so the only trick that white needs to be careful about is rook a1, the pawn comes to a2, yeah, and then maybe some, if the king goes somewhere, check and queen, but that will not happen. So looks like a steady win for white for sure, whereas the counterplay here that black has with checks may just as well ensure a draw for black, and that would be massive for Germany, as in that case they would win the match. And I think it was Kevin who said something about going to penalties, and we are in overtime now, Kevin, so after the time control, so you know what happens when England and Germany play, right? Well, feel sorry for the English, but as a commentator I have to try to remain neutral. And okay, black thinking, Okay, he has 40 minutes. A lot of time here. Really a lot of time. Okay, still no results officially, at least. I don't know why they don't just fix the results, but okay, it doesn't matter. Okay, we can stick around for a bit longer, but unless black somehow misplays the checks or the attacks on the pawns, he should draw this one, and Kalinchev should beat Baker, and that's okay. Board 4 is still ongoing, but that was kind of a draw. Or maybe they just finished. Yeah, this is probably they finished because it's move 27 and move hasn't been played in a very long time, so this is for sure a draw. That means only 2 games remaining. And yeah, it looks like a win for Germany. Looks like a win for Germany. So yeah, well, English fans, tough luck again. You know what happens when you play Germany. And unfortunately, not only in football, yeah. Overtimes, well, penalties, you know what happens. What to do. So black is thinking, okay, probably just check. Doesn't make a difference, because where does the king go? And if it goes to e3, f3, f1, black can take on d3 with check. And if it goes to e1, okay, now he can take on g5. Not that it really made a difference, but he maybe keep another check and then take on g5. But then what happens? King check, takes, and then queen c2 again. So back to the same thing. In order to hide, the king must go to g2 and the queen must cover queen f2, and then the queen will come take on d3 and attack c4, e4. And I don't think black risks losing with so many weak pawns and the threat on queen g3, and then sometimes even the knight can come back. Yeah, this black is not going to lose this. So he didn't take the bishop, he took on d3. Okay, let me just refresh. Okay. So he took on d3. Okay, this is already different. Yeah. Does this make a difference? This is something we did not look at. So now he threatens to take the bishop. Yeah, because d4 is defended. So what does white do? In fact, not much of a choice. I mean, the bishop has to get somewhere, and going to c1 drops the bishop with queen c2. So bishop h4 must be the only move. But now just checks. Yeah. Or check on d2. I'm not sure whether check should be given. Let's say check on d2. Go back. Maybe d3. This is going to get real sharp. I mean, white even may risk losing if there are. Okay, maybe. Okay, bishop h4. Maybe take on h3. Attack the bishop, attack the pawn. The bishop drops back. And then just take on g4, I guess. Take on g4. That doesn't threaten anything. Maybe there and threatening checks again. Obviously it's complicated, yeah? It's complicated. So a lot of calculation, and 11 minutes left for Kosten. Still time to calculate, but the problem is that, you have many moments when you need to calculate and you don't have the time, because you have time for the first 1 or 2, let's say, moments when you need to calculate, but later in the game, when you get to another point when you need to calculate, because the problem is you can't calculate to the end unless you accept a draw, obviously. So there will be moments you calculate up to a point, and then you need to calculate again, and you need time. And the problem is that you don't have it. So he has 10 minutes, maybe he'll spend 2, 3, 4 on this position. And then the next moment he'll spend 2, 3, 4 more. And then the third moment, or even the fourth, he will have no time to calculate any longer. And this is the problem with this time control. that yes, you get some 15 minutes after the time control, which give you time to calculate, but not until the end of the game. And then what happens is that when you get to the end, when the game is decided, you have no time and you're just playing on like very short 1-2 move calculations. There is no time to calculate for longer, and you basically base your moves on very shallow calculation and your intuition. And bearing in mind that you're tired by that time, it's easy to blunder. Okay, so he didn't take on f4. He probably okay. Just I'll refresh to make sure that that was played. So yeah, bishop f6 check. Okay, that bishop must be taken obviously. And then what? Okay, black doesn't risk losing here, even if he's without the knight, because without that bishop he go queen e3 d3, and that passed pawn is worth as much as all the other white pawns together, because it's so close to the promotion square, and there are a lot of checks available. So I don't think white can win this anymore. So, well, unfortunate development, because I think this should have been relatively easily winning for white, but Kosten misplayed it. Let's see board 3. So white played king f3, rook a1. Maybe he just sends the king like this to g5, and should be fairly easy. Okay, this doesn't require any particular technical mastery. So let's go back here. Bishop f6 check, king f6, g5. Okay. Okay, maybe he wants to do something like this. Okay, let's say king g5 check here and mate. Well, you never know. You never know. g5. Obviously, black can still take, but just not go there. Just go to h5. Yeah. Okay, then check, check, but okay, just like I said, white can't win this. But after g5, he went to g7. Okay, I'll just refresh and just go back. King g7. I think it was simpler to take, but okay. Now some f6, but then king g6 and it's the same, I guess. f6, king g6, check, and king h5. But he could have had that without this pawn and the pawn being on f5. Okay, strange decision, but okay. Okay, if queen e5. Okay, then I guess just king g8. And okay, can give the check, but should be just a draw. Perpetual, yeah. The point is that if some pawn starts moving, then there are infinite checks here. So not really any risk for black. Let's see what happens. They started to play a bit faster, so let's see board 3. In the meantime, white still thinking, but likely king g4 will come. Okay, so let's see what Kosten does. Okay, king took on e5, king g8. Yes, I agree. Did not need to allow the black queen to infiltrate on the a file, because, like I said, it just made more sense to bring the king all the way to the king side, to the queen side, maybe put it on b2 to cover all the entry squares on the a file, and then maybe go with the queen or just start pushing the pawns. It looked pretty simple to me, but just a strange decision to allow counterplay. And here, okay, it's either white or black will give perpetual, so it will be a draw. It will be a draw. Board 3, rook a1. White still hasn't played the move. I wonder why. Okay. Yeah. So another interesting day here on Lake Ohrid. You should all come and visit, by the way. It's a very nice lake, a very nice place, beautiful nature. So I think we will be wrapping up soon enough. Maybe wait a couple of more minutes, but the results are pretty clear. In S65, the Germany wins the crunch match against England, and in S50 we had a drawn match between Iceland and England. USA beat England 2 and Italy beat North Macedonia Alkaloid. So another great day here at the World Senior Team Championship. I hope the games continue to be interesting as they are, and I am really very happy with the guests we're having, because I think the insights they are giving us are really something you don't often hear. And okay, I try to ask these types of questions then that just open up the type of insights they are giving us. So I hope this continues in the next days too. Okay, let's see if we had a move. Okay, King G4 was played by Kalinchev. Here nothing yet. But it's clear that either white or black will give the perpetual, and that would be it. So let's see, King G4, okay. If something like Rook A2, of course F4 happens, and then King moves forward, unless, okay, black can try maybe Rook A3. Yeah, and then I don't know if, well, if, I mean, some funny line, let's say King G5, Rook G3 check, King H6. Yeah, and now there is the threat of mate of Rook G7, King H8, Knight F7 mate. Yeah. And again, it's a funny line, but okay, just to show, yeah. Let's see here, Queen D5 check has been played. Okay, I expect King H8 not to allow King G7 F6, even that also should be fine. So just move the king to H8, I expect, and well, players should shake hands with a perpetual check. And here, still ongoing, but should be winning. Okay, I think we will wrap up at this point. We covered the important matches. We had really exciting games. Thank you for staying with us today. And yeah, I hope to see you tomorrow again. Have a nice evening.